We can make it up to like 104, 256. Not that long. We'd make big old diamond on the 4 hour.
Welcome back, welcome back. So far, the only thing that fixed was switching it from the Nvidia codec to 264, and now it's running smooth. But now it's running off my GPU. I mean, now it's running off my CPU and not my GPU. Shouldn't make a difference, but at least it's a small fix for now.
Yeah, I mean, you have a nice GPU. In the OBS, you might get an option of hardware acceleration. So you'll get a better result if you
That's what
activate that option.
That's what I was on. I was using the Nvidia codec, where it uses your GPU to encode, but I was getting those
Yeah, it says,
fluctuations on bitrate. And when I switched it back to
oh,
264, now it's stable.
yeah,
Possible the NVIDIA driver needs to be updated or
It
something.
could be. Yeah, it
Something
could be an
happened when they
update.
updated.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll do some research to see if I can find anything for you while you're
I'll
doing your
check it
tier.
on the next reset. I'll check to see if there's an update or anything like that.
no, on the, the GeoForce experience,
Yeah.
it has two drivers always. One is a game ready driver and one is a studio driver. So I think you need a studio driver.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take a
Because
look at that.
it offers, yeah, it doesn't make a lot of difference on your games if you're not a hardcore gamer. So if you install a studio driver, it will fix all the problems.
Yeah, the only difference it's having on my CPU right now is that when I was running it with the Nvidia codec,
Yeah,
Streamlabs was using only 1% of my CPU, and now it's using 4%. Still got way more room, right? It's not. Looking at my task manager, my CPU is only running at 15% right now, so it should be able to handle it. It's not like we're doing anything crazy in here.
yeah.
Only exposing the market makers.
Oh, you're not mining in the background.
Nah, no mining, not gaming on 4K or anything.
Yeah, it's just a normal chart, YouTube, and
Rajesh, you got to give me a second, brother. I'm dealing with a bunch of technical issues over here right now. Less than 30 minutes until CME closes. All right, I'll be back. Let me go look through my settings and check that. Check to see if there's a graphics update.
Yeah. Bitcoin's just sitting doing a whole lot of nothing. Or just sitting around. Use that 13 EMA, so hopefully we can go bust on through. That'd be great. Like a doji on the 15th candle before. And it's right on the cross there, so. At least on the 5-minute, we had that bullish convergence a couple candles ago, and we have crossed into the upper side of the 50 EMA cloud. We're still above our 5, and we're above our 13. I got a 2-3 drawn out on 5. That's at 103,880. That's right above the top of that 50.
Hey everyone, are you ready to unlock the full potential of
Sorry, I've been tied up a little bit. Are we thinking the sweep low is over with and we're going to go up for the top liquidations, or are we still waiting to see more information?
I think what I had heard was something to the effect of because there's trapped long. We'll probably stay between the trapped longs and those trapped shorts. So that won't get us all the way up to like the liquidations up top. We have a point of control at 104,699. So keep an eye on that. But I mean, right now we're just trying to see if we can keep this sort of uptrend going. We're above our MA, our 15, I'm sorry, our 13 and our 5 MA on the 15-minute. Still got the 50 above, that's somewhere around 104.2. On the 5-minute, which I believe was said that we should keep an eye on, is being over top
Gotcha.
of the 5 MA, which is at, we right now are over top of it. We're up in the upper half of the 50 MA cloud and above the 13 MA.
Okay. Appreciate it. Thanks, buddy.
All right, we look pretty stable for now. I think market maker will leave us alone now. We're already past the dip. He was like, you're not going to be having everybody just buy this dip when I'm trying to cool shit down. You can't have that. Well, I'm hoping at least that the heads up From the pinned message today in the chat about the volatility kept people from getting trapped at the longs. If just that, I know you're happy right now. Now let's just see how much distance we can get from these bottoms before CME closes. The next 8 minutes, 7 minutes. That's how it's done, Christy. Nice. Bing bong. Oh, I like to hear that. Nothing but good things coming from the chat. Damn right, guys. Like my man Funny Mike said, it's all about a structure. Yeah, depending on how we come out of this weekend trap. I mean, if we have, it's still too early to be sort of future tripping, right? But if we get a good traditional weekend trap with a clear false move, it's just going to depend on whether that false move is up or down. If that false move is down, there is a chance to lick down there to those numbers. False move is up, probably not. We'll probably end up doing what we did, right? Which is take a move up and then come back down, but not lower than when we landed. The real question is, do we build up liquidity underneath on that move like we did? Because that's what made us sweep. So sometimes it's the degen bulls and the degen bears that keep price moving. Nice, nice. Be honest with you guys, bro. One good trade on a Friday is you're doing way better than everybody else. I definitely wouldn't let that good trade lead you into over trading, especially when you know the chances are we're probably just going to get stuck for at least 24 hours once CME closes. The goal on Fridays is to not be these guys. You don't want to be trapped long up here, and you don't want to be trapped short down here. If you can avoid that, even if you didn't make any money, it's a W. Nice.
Hey, Dbloc. Gonna ask. I was introduced to time price. Was it TPO yesterday?
EPO, yeah.
Yeah. And I was told or suggested that I only use it on the 30-minute time frame. I was wondering if that was something that you found to be true, or what's your
That
thoughts
sounds
on
like
that
a
one?
little bit of a personal preference from
Okay.
like whoever, like whoever was talking about it. Maybe that's what they like to use the most. I really don't think it makes a difference. It just depends on what time frame you're analyzing. right? If you're trying to figure out what price point had the most price action, even on the 5 minute, your TPO will give you that. Give me a second. Right, like if we turn on the TPO here, depending on the time frame you have it set to, but see, it lets you know that the most amount of time was spent here, 1046, but we know that because our point of control, right? Our point of control is right there. But it lets you know how fast price moved through certain time frames, basically. It's cool. It doesn't make my trades any faster or any more accurate, personally, which is why you don't see me pull it up. But it's cool. It's cool. It's a different type of visible range.
Okay.
After doing this for so long, I've really just sort of marinated my toolkit down to the ones that give me real-time actionable intelligence, right? Like I've got tools that I use to go back and review moves or do like longer TA or just look for structure, stuff like that. Like TPO is good for that. But in the action, in the fire, real time, 5 minute time frame, candles moving, you got to boil it down to what helps you get in, what tells you where your stop loss is supposed to be, what helps you find your TP. Those are like the most important things.
Yeah, I did find it a bit difficult switching between that and back to my candles too. Things were happening.
That's the thing, bro. If you pick up a tool and it streamlines you, then cool. And it might. Maybe your brain works different than other people and you see shit, you know. Maybe seeing it in the TPO is way quicker for you for some reason. You just see it faster. Then that's cool. But if it's cutting into your decision making time, then it better be a really strong tool, you know?
Yeah, I usually have like 4 different trading view windows open, and one has a particular set of indicators, the other one has a different set, and
Yeah,
the other
yeah.
one has a different set. And then I've got one just for the stock market that the settings are more applicable for that type of environment. And that way I can just go plug and play what coin I want,
Yep.
depending on what type of TA I'm trying to find.
Yeah.
If that's
Yeah.
helpful.
Yeah, that's I kind of been doing that, but I've been trying to explore. Like I'm using Coin Glass a little more. I'm doing certain things to have a better grasp of what I'm looking at in real time.
All right, CME's closed.
Have you tried bitcoincounterflow.com as well? It's a great site, and it gives you so much stuff. I can't even scratch the surface of it, but got amazing heat maps, got the M2 on it, has fear and greed index on it, counterflow supercharts, daily percentage change. I mean, it's
Yeah,
yeah, try it.
I'll pick it up.
Bitcoincounterflow.com. It's a great resource. Just kind of dipping my toe in there and learning my way around it.
Thank you.
Christy, yeah. September's my date. I've been looking at September for a little bit, but the percentages are going up on September as we speak for the first cut.
I'm hoping we can close this the next 4 hour candle up here in like where I've got my 382, which is like 104,328. Is we're like sort of possibly forming a diamond. right there if that happens. But
CME closed kind of low, so
Yeah, we'll have a type 2 trap here. Your type 1 trap has an equal distance between the weekend trap and the long and short traps. Right, your weekend trap would look like this. That would be a traditional weekend trap. Equal distance between the trap longs and the trap shorts. Your type 2 weekend trap would be one that's much closer to one side than the other. Right? Not a huge deal. The reason it matters to us is because during the weekend trap, we'll have deviations out of the range. If you're really close to those trap shorts, one of those deviations could take out the trap shorts. And what that does is that makes the false move on Monday a little bit more difficult to predict. So the only reason we care between, type 1 and type 2s are when it comes to Sunday, Monday for that ease of predicting the false move. But let's see how this plays out. We just closed CME, so let's see what they got in store for us.
yep. So what you're saying is that there's a good chance to pop to the upside of the weekend trap, then come back for liquidity to the downside again.
Yeah, one of the benefits of having the weekend trap close to one side is even though it makes it harder because when you come down out of the weekend trap, you don't have a lot of room to go without liquidating, They can come down, clear these liquidations, pop back up. Right? That's a sort of deviation. That's the longest deviation you can expect out of this trap without freeing the shorts. The good news is you've got plenty of space to deviate to the top without freeing the longs. Right? So they could do something like go after this vector and still not invalidate the trap. Just the important thing is that CME is closed now and market maker algorithms are set to support prices that lead towards CME. Right? So if we're underneath it, we've got buying pressure from the algos. If we're above it, we've got selling pressure from the algos.
Okay, thank you.
And then we can't even draw the trap out yet. We have to wait to find the bottom and the top here. Let it establish. We'll turn on our supply and demand zones and see where they set. That's how it's done, Nap. Especially on Fridays, brother. Don't get trapped. Plan for Fridays is don't get trapped.
I got trapped in a marriage once. That didn't work out so well.
Is Wyoming a big place or like important place in US?
It's big space-wise. Big chunky state.
I think there's less than 1 million people in the whole state, though.
Yeah,
It's a giant state, but nobody lives there.
Population-wise, it's not a lot of people. It's a lot of space.
It has some beautiful scenery in certain areas, but it's pretty brutal during the wintertime there. So some people have some nice vacation homes there for summer homes, but it's not a very heavily populated state.
Vanya, what I mean by don't get trapped is on Friday they make fast moves up to trap longs, and then they'll make moves down to trap shorts. So typically what you want to be careful for is any fast move on Friday, right? Quick moves typically don't sustain themselves and they're meant to trap longs into the weekend, right? Big drops, massive wicks at the bottom, clear evidence of the attempt to trap shorts. Now, these guys that are trapped are going to be fighting for their positions, obviously, right? That's another thing about having the weekend traps so close to one side, that the side that's the closest feels like they're almost free, right? So the chances of them applying pressure to try to free themselves is greater. These guys have lost all will to fight at this point. If they're not liquidated, they were on low leverage, but either way, their margin is trapped. Shorts still have some hope here. Our invalidation for this W pattern is closing a body underneath 1297. 1295. We hit this W invalidation, but this already played out, right? Our W already played out yesterday. We got that measured move, so it wasn't invalidated. It's just that line was still there. We also have our larger invalidation, right, which we're sort of dancing with now. All right. This is our larger W, right? Looks really sickly at this point because it was taken out, right, with our W invalidation right there. So we take that off now and remove the larger measured move. That removes our target 2. Right? Target 2 was from that higher low fractal. So now we've got to build back up. Taking everything out and just looking at the range. Remember what I've told you guys about ranges. When we're stuck in a range like this, right? When we're stuck in a range like that, you swing trade the extremes. When one side breaks, if it comes back into the range, that makes this a deviation. Right? Price deviates out of the range, comes back. If price deviates out of the range and comes back into the range, chances are it goes to the bottom of the range. Right? Bottom of the range, and then what did we get? We got a matching deviation at the bottom, right? As above, so below. Deviations come in pairs. You get a top side deviation, you watch for your bottom side deviation. Now, what I said here was if you come back into the range and you hold in the range, then you should move down to the bottom of the range, right? Well, after our bottom side deviation, we moved back into this range. Now we're trying to hold support. If we hold support within this range, then we shoot for the top of the range. Over time, obviously, because it is still the weekend. Oh shit, what did I do? So job one right now is to hold the bottom of our range. Let's see. Usually our weekend trap is about 0.5% above, 0.5% below the range. I mean below CME gap. So 0.5% would bring us 1031 would clear that vector. 0.5% above would take us to 104. Right, so if that plays out the way it's supposed to, and we won't know for a couple hours, but if that plays out the way it's supposed to, then our weekend trap will be right here. That would be our weekend trap box. But I don't want you guys to get in the habits of drawing shit out before it forms, so let's let it play out. Just want you to know where my head's at.
So it plays out in the next 24 hours. That's what is.
Yeah, I mean, at least we want at least 4 or 5 hours for this range to sort of establish, right? We want to watch the algorithm kick into work. Meaning, when we find the bottom, we want to see us come back up. We want to establish the top of the range at some point here. Once we have a good high and low, basically what we're looking for is the high and low after CME closes. And then our boundaries to worry about are if it goes more than 0.5% under. That's when you're like, okay, you know, this could be something different. You can almost look at it as the speed of market maker algo or what they're set to. There's no way for me to know. I'm not a market maker. I can't look at the computers and shit. But I can tell you that as price moves 5% away or 0.5% away from CME, there tends to be buy pressure that brings that balance back.
It does seem like if we make this dip down coming up, that might happen. That might put us in a good position for our 4-hour RSI to be oversold. Have to wait and see, but I'm
Problem on the
afraid
weekend is volume, right? Like your RSIs can be oversold, your stochastics could be ready to pump, but if there's no volume, then it doesn't matter, right? There's no volume, things just run flat.
Well, that's kind of been the issue so far, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you want to call it an issue, but
We've had some
that's what I
exciting weekends, right? We've had some weekends where liquidities come in and things have gone bananas. And we've left those big CME gaps. You remember like 2-3 weeks ago, every weekend we were leaving massive CME gaps and we were trading back into them. Last weekend we closed CME. We closed that gap right as it opened.
I'm hoping because RSI is like kind of a simple enough indicator that maybe enough people got alerts, and when they see it, they might hop in and give us some gas. But I mean, I guess we'll see.
Yeah.
Just been waiting for this all more. So I'm excited for a little bit of movement. Would be nice.
Sentiment will change real quick though. Sample. Sentiment changes with green candles.
It's almost like the foot in the elevator syndrome. Like the first person puts their foot in the elevator and 10 more people run in. You just got to see that first person go.
I mean, the bullish thing is historically we usually stall off at the end of this month, and then we pump next month.
Yeah. Do you guys have a good website for historical charts before they switched or updated the charts? I guess changed.
Nah, we lose a lot of charts because of that. We lose a lot of charts as they get rebranded.
Yeah. 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 I was definitely hoping to do some more research on kind of the earlier days and what it actually looked like, but figured out.
CME close also apply towards like that bull and bear chart you had.
This one?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, the way it affects us is, okay, if CME closed right here, and we know that we can't close the daily, we can't close the weekly underneath 104.4, right? Then at least what it means is that we have algo holding us here instead of worrying about having to drop. Now what we have to worry about is pumping back up before by Monday, basically, to 104.5. We've managed to do it for the past 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks in a row. We'll see. This one's gonna be sketchy, guys. I'm gonna sit here and pretend. Just because we're not expecting a drop, or just because I'm not expecting a big drop, doesn't mean that it's not bad, because we do need to pump back above 104.4 by Sunday. Good thing is that we've got vectors up at 105.3, right? But it's going to come down to timing. What's happened the last couple weeks is that those targets above, they've waited till the last minute to go for them. And as they hit the targets, the candles closed, right? Which gave us that. We go after this quick and get it and then come back down. It's not going to, timing is going to be very important here. God, I wish they'd let me be market maker just for a year.
Yes.
Show them how
If you
this
look at the
shit's supposed to
15
be
minutes,
done.
if you look at the 15 minutes, we have the vector all the way up. See that?
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's a good sign if we close above the 104.5.
My hope for this week is that we don't get trapped in the weekend range and that we do pump. Just for the sake of the macro chart. Again, our psychological high and low are above where we need to be. Right? Remember, our psychological ranges, you revisit these psychological ranges throughout the week.
Yeah.
Right? We started them here. We came all the way back up and we came all the way back down to the psychological range. And then we came all the way underneath it and still made it all the way back up to the psychological range. So we can get one more pull from that before Saturday. Saturday at 5, they start to change. Right? We get a new range. But if we can use that pull for the next couple days, then that'll be what gives us that wick above 104.4.
When I'm looking at this
Darren.
chart, everyone's like trying to predict this under 100K thing right now because they're like, oh, it's breaking down.
Yeah.
It almost makes sense for them to go test that that V-shaped recovery, maybe even liquidity sweep it and instantly recover with another V-shape into all-time highs, just because it would make every bear think like, oh, yep, lower low, it's over, bear market's over, and then everyone's gonna be shorting that lower high going back up, and that will be enough liquidity to push it into all-time high.
Yeah, we have to try to remember that not everything is a psyop, though. You know what I mean? Like, some things really are just based around liquidity. I know we have that thesis that, you know, price doesn't move until the most amount of people feel the most amount of pain. But we've been doing that, right? We've been steady doing that for months. It's important to not miss the pivot, which is why we got our knife catching gloves on.
As if they're still intact from everybody catching those knives from the alt.
It's a dead, bro. It's just a pile of bodies underneath us, to be completely honest with you. I'll be right back.
Happy Friday, everyone.
Happy
Yeah.
Friday.
It's the freaking weekend.
You're gonna go it.
You didn't spray on me, did you?
No.
Your ass crack low.
Okay, all right.
Boss, you gotta
Open
open.
mic.
Snipers got him.
Happy Friday, Dbloc.
What's going on, Fly?
I've just been trading again. I'm back.
Let's go. I'm so back. We're so back.
Yeah. I got tired of not being back, so I'm back.
That's what's up, bro.
I shorted 106 500 around there, and then I sold it at 103.8 and went long again and went to sleep. But I just slept through that dip, and I bought some more now. I'm back.
I was wondering how your margin was going because was like not long after you went to sleep.
Yeah, we said that was the first leg down. There was going to be a couple, so did what we thought. That's good. I just wasn't going to stay awake for it.
Yeah. Well, welcome back.
Yeah, the alts, guys. I mean, I've been trying to find. It's like I've been trying to find different charts to help you guys see what I've been talking about it not being time for the alts yet. To make it like more obvious. And TradingView just did. I mean, we've always done this, but TradingView got new ratio charts up. A little late in my opinion, but so it's others excluding it's you know, the market cap excluding the top 10 and stables divided by BTC. Right. Let's put this on the monthly for a second. This shit looks horrible.
Yeah.
Shit looks horrible, guys. This is
That looks
basically
good,
what it
though.
would be if you put if you had an equal position in every alt except for the top 10. This is how they'd be performing against Bitcoin. Yeah, you've got some that are moving, obviously. And if your alt is outperforming Bitcoin and you're all in on that alt, salute. Most people are not. Most people have a bag of 20 alts, maybe one or two of them are outperforming Bitcoin, and they're equally spread across all of them, so their profits are getting eaten up by the losers. Right? If you
Yep.
remove
I
the
mean,
top 10, and I mean, honestly, I wish there was one that removed the top 100. If you remove the top 100, this thing would be a straight line down.
yeah. I mean, look at the dominance, brother. It's across the 65.
Yeah. So they call them ratio charts, and they're starting to put more in. I mean, we've done this. We've already done this by just doing the math equation, right? Others divided by Bitcoin minus USDT minus USDC minus whatever. But they're adding a bunch of them in, which I thought it was interesting. There's one for total 3 here too, which doesn't look much better. Right. So this is like your mid cap performance. And this is your low cap performance. Well, you see how we swept down when we took that vector that I was talking about?
Yeah.
Let's see if that gave us the bottom of our weekend range now. Stopping volume candle hasn't been violated yet.
We came halfway between 1016 and 1028. Those two sort of ranges, lower ranges. So pretty nice drop.
I don't remember who was here last night before I got off, but if you were ready for this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The 4 hour dump perfectly and bounced at the lower range, and that was the first drop. And I was like, yeah, we were ready for it.
Nice. Yeah, I think everybody's percentage of Bitcoin, as far as the percentage of their portfolio that they hold in Bitcoin, has probably slowly been inching its way up. I would have to assume. People are done, bro. But when I do think it's time to get into alts, I will be screaming it from the top of my soapbox. There's alts that I've taken risks on. Like I'm holding high market cap alts. I'm holding maybe 2 low market cap alts. But I don't even have to look at the chart to tell you that they got slaughtered today. With dominance popping over. Right? But for those, I'm in a DCA mode. Right? So it's like, cool, price goes up, cool, price goes down, cool, I'm not done buying yet. But I know I'm taking that risk, right? It's a calculated risk I'm taking. But if you're holding 7, 8, 9 alts that are underneath $500 million market cap, you've been feeling the pain.
Yeah. You're in trouble.
Yeah, I want to say thank you for that circle call though, Dbloc. I appreciate that.
Yeah, man. That circle's been holding up the portfolio, I'm not gonna lie. When I average circle into the mix, it makes up for any sort of low cap.
Yup. I cashed
I
on. I took some stuff out and I put it in there, and I said, "Yeah, this is it."
Nice. Yeah, it was an easy
I
play
finally
for me.
emptied
It
out my
just made sense.
I emptied out my chime from the IPO last week because it was just bleeding single day, and jumped into some Circle, Robinhood, and PayPal today with that
Okay.
money.
Yeah, I'm looking for Kraken IPO is the next one that I'm sort of hyper focusing on right now. So we're seeing how this played out, right?
Yeah.
Even on the 1 minute chart, red vector, stopping volume candle, didn't violate. Came back, cleared that vector. And how far did we drop from CME gap? Where the algos kicked in? Not even 0.5, 0.3. Still had a little bit of room on the tank if they wanted to bring it down.
I guess that's the bottom of our range.
We'll see.
That's top.
If we hold
Yeah.
this 50 and push away, then yeah. We'll know for sure once we get back above CME and start looking for the top of our range.
Yeah.
Sample. Birds aren't real, bro. There's a good if you want to laugh, there's a good Vice documentary on that dude where he talks about the whole thing, how he started it and how he tried to stop it and couldn't. They go to the rallies and shit. It's great. Yeah, stopping volume candle is a long-tailed candle, right? A doji, but that's also a vector. Right? It shows that market maker made an attempt to stop the volume that was coming down, reverse the volume. Right? This used to be a red vector, and then it closed as a green stopping volume candle. What we look for is basically the moments where market maker algos start to kick in this moment specifically because we're under CME gap. Just makes sense. My boy, anytime I get in an argument with him and he gets to like point where he can't get past, he's like, it just makes sense. Like, I'll make fun of him because of it. It's hilarious. Makes sense to you. Yeah, that's what we use them for, Rajesh. We use them for pivots, right? We use them as the first inclination that momentum is shifting. And then we turn to our EMAs, right? We know how this works. 13 EMA above the 50 with one candle of confirmation. You've got bullish momentum. Right now we have bearish momentum. 13 is under the 50. The first sign of momentum shifting is your stopping volume candles. That's how we snipe. Scope
like
in. What happened?
I like a good pivot.
Yep. We scope in while it's dropping. We wait for the target to line up. We hold our breath for that next candle of confirmation. And then bang. Tight stops. You just want to make sure that the next candle closes above, right? And then you want to watch the subsequent candles to make sure that you don't get a body close underneath that point. So far, everything is played out right. We were talking about yesterday, right? Catching falling knives is a bit of an art, but there's a way to do it with good risk management. Right? As soon as you
Oh, I
get your
never missed
stopping
that.
volume candle and you get that confirmation and you take your position, stop loss goes right underneath that stopping volume candle. The body closes underneath that, your original thesis that this was a pivot is invalid anymore. So you're out of your trade and you're back in your scope and you're waiting. This is for
I've
scalpers,
been shorting.
guys. This is for scalpers, just to be clear.
Yeah, I've been scalping shorts for the last 36 hours, and I just set my my loss like not too far behind my entry, and then run out my TP. And if it invalidates me, I lose a few dollars. But if it runs, and I'm at 10-20x,
Yep.
it's been paying off pretty well. But
If you walked into the
live by the sword, die
casino,
by the sword.
if you walked in a casino and found a table with those odds, you would sit there all day and just pile money onto it. It's all about asymmetric bets. Right? If you're gonna take a trade, make sure that your downside is very, very minimal and clear. Right? The problem with catching falling knives is people don't know when to get out of it. So the reason that we tell people don't try to catch a falling knife is because without the right risk management, you bought this and then you were underwater and then you added to your position and then you added to your position and then you added to your, you know what I mean? And yeah, the market can stay irrational for longer than you can stay solvent. Right? You have to sort of play it accordingly. Risk management is everything, bro. There is no bad trade if you have good risk management. Somebody's got an open mic. Still waiting for that 13 to cross the 50. That gives us that confirmation of bullish momentum. This is not the 5-minute scalping strategy. We're on the 1 minute, right? You will get fake outs on the 1 minute, but it works exactly the same on the 5. You wait for that 13 across the 50. You wait for one candle of confirmation that it's not breaking down, and that gives you your bullish momentum flip, which we're sort of fighting for here on the 1 minute. I mean, you're just going to get more false signals. The 5-minute with the 13 and the 50 is the perfect mix of early entry and fake out prevention. But it works on every time frame, right? The smaller time frame you go, the closer entry you're going to get to the bottom, right? But the higher level of fake outs. The higher you go, the less amount of fake outs you're going to get. You can play this on the daily, right? And it's going to be great. You'll take like 2 or 3 trades every couple months. But the amount of time you have to wait to get into your entry because it's on the daily, and the amount of time that you have to wait for your one candle of confirmation, right? Some people don't want to. So it just depends on if you're a macro investor or if you're more of a short-term trader. So we weren't able to flip momentum here on the 1 minute. We do have this vector down to 103.4 that they could be coming to clear. Let me grab something to drink. I'll be right back.
Minute there, I thought we were going to have a V-shaped recovery, but I guess we didn't get it.
All right, I'm back.
Dbloc, do I have theme music yet?
Yeah, hold on.
Okay.
Emotional damage.
Perfect.
My bad, that was the wrong one. Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm using all the damn defaults, man. They really suck. Some of the discords that I'm a member of, they've got some custom ones, but I'm kind of scared to press them because I have no idea what they say. I pressed the wrong one the other day. It was not good.
I would not.
Because anybody can just make anything, you know?
I used to have mine set to when I would join a Discord, it would be Samuel L. Jackson yelling swear words, and it was great.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Situations.
Can I have the soundboard roll, please, D-Block? Not kidding.
We've been through that before.
Not a good idea.
Nah. Free Discord, open soundboard. Yeah. A recipe for disaster.
That's not going to get toxic quick.
All right, well, we've got
The number
our momentum flip here that we were looking for.
Yeah.
I missed the number one bullshit guy.
Number one bullshit guy.
The number one bullshit guy.
No, like we'd be in the middle of TA, bro, and somebody would hit that soundboard. Like you'd go through a long ass TA and finish, and then there'd be a silence, and somebody would hit that sound. You know, I know this looks like very boring, slow price action, but this shit is one of my favorite price actions to watch.
Yeah, looks juicy.
Just watching algos kick in and do what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, it seems super chill until it's time to move. Might still make that diamond I was hoping we'd make. So we haven't really, like, I plotted out just a general estimate of what it would look like, and we haven't really broken out of that yet. So
Damn, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, if you guys were awake for that, for both traps, your dopamine levels have got to be shot right now.
Well, I've been on the right side of it, so my dopamine levels are slightly escalated.
Even then, though, that's what I mean. Like, you get burnt out, right? You get such a flow of dopamine, and then price stops for the weekend, and then it's like,
I
then
went to bed at 11:30 p.m., so I just slept and I woke up at 5 a.m. So
yeah,
I'm
that
good.
would explain. You had a good entry, so it would explain why you were like, "Yep, I'm good. I'm going to bed. See you tomorrow."
Yeah, well, I left my lick at 98K, so it's okay.
Yeah, just okay.
I sleep now. I don't care. Sleep is good.
Sleep is one of the most valuable things, and I'm really nice until people interrupt my sleep. And then I try to be nice, but I'm not good at it. It'd be good for a lot of things. So good for like mental health, just to get even just a basic amount of sleep every night.
bro, people go on vacations just to get sleep. Like, there's so much shit at home, you know, that like just weighs on your mind, right? That you literally have to get up, go somewhere different, go to a resort just to get a good night's sleep. Like, yeah, the events and shit is cool, but sleep during vacation, that's where it's at, bro. That's why you come back and you feel so rested and ready to go.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's gone on vacation tons of times and been like, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna do that, and like normally it's like there's at least a day where I just don't I don't do anything, and it feels great.
Nothing worse than going on vacation with an itinerary. Bro, I'm not waking up at 8:30 to go see the ruins. I don't know who you think you came on
If I go on
vacation with.
vacation, yeah, I book a room the first night I land, and after that, I'll plan it. We'll just go whichever direction you want to go. The itineraries suck.
That's why I like the beach. Beach is my favorite vacation because there's not like a whole lot. You just gotta go to the beach, like lay in front of the sun, you know, dip in the water maybe, eat some food. No, a beach trip.
DIY, so you end up more tired after vacations? That means you're doing a lot, bro. You're on vacation just packing in the events. Yep, 3 kids will do it.
I was going to say family vacations are not. You need one after. You need one after the vacation.
Yeah.
Vacation.
3 kids
Yeah.
under 10 will definitely do it. Oh man.
You wait a year for that, and then you do it, and you're like, oh, what the heck? You
Nah, it's a good problem to have, bro. I was gonna say you're fine, you'll sleep when they're teenagers, but that's bullshit too. Wait till you have 3 kids over 15.
he probably is waiting for that day. Yeah,
Nah,
it's beautiful to
there's a
have
good moment
3
in the
little
middle,
kids.
right? There's like a good little chill moment in the middle where they're like all cute and do what you tell them to do, and they can still do things for themselves, right? They're not at that baby mode, but they haven't yet become like little monsters.
Between 8 and 11.
Grown enough for responsibility is not grown enough to rebel.
Like that age where they still think you're cool.
Before the world was shattered.
We're putting in a bullish flag structure here. Higher low. Remember after our stopping volume candles, after that move that pops up out of there, wears itself out, we look for our higher lows. Right? Stopping volume candle, higher low, gives you a higher low fractal, or what we call W. Yeah. Yeah, best you could hope is for another deviation out of this range, but we need to get back inside of that ETH range. If this confirms as a breakdown, then our measured move is between 229 and 226. Let's take a look at ETH BTC. Well, at least ETH BTC is still holding up for the most part. It did have a breakdown back down to the bottom of its range. But it hasn't broken structure yet. Well, it confirms the breakdown of this bull flag, right? We've been watching, this bear flag. We've been watching this bear flag for weeks now. It broke down, it retested a couple times, tried to get back above that uptrend, but it couldn't. Right? We were saying that the failure to get above that uptrend would create it, at least give us the retest of that support. If that support didn't hold, then we're looking at our measured moves. What it did is it built another bear flag right underneath the first one. So this smaller measured move is from the smaller secondary bear flag. But our larger measured move, actually, if I put it in the correct place, takes us to like 223. So one chance for this still to be a deviation the same way it was here, right? But it has to come back into the range and it has to hold support the way we did here. Comes back into the range and it holds support, then we can shoot for the top of the range again. If not, then they're going to come clear these licks and you're going to get some cheaper ETH. Yeah, that's the 1 hour. All right, let's keep an eye on our stopping volume candle and make sure it doesn't get taken out. That white line. We can't have a body close underneath the white line or we invalidate the strength of that stopping volume candle. Why not high def? It's done it before. That's all it's done out of this range. Is give us top side deviations and bottom side deviations. All right, 37 seconds. If that candle closes inside that demand zone, we'll invalidate that stopping volume candle.
I guess I'm a little jealous of Zeus's intro.
Zeusy got lucky,
French music.
man. Somebody had some shit called baguette and it had a French bread. So I was like, how bad could this be, right? Where could it possibly be? And it just ended up being perfect.
Oh no.
Yo, I got one. I'll send you mine. Well, you need 3 seconds.
Is it a kebab?
Give me Shook ones, 3 seconds.
All right, let's see. Let's draw our percentage down from CME. And let's see if they go past that 5%. You guys have any direct contact with Degen Bulls, you might want to tell them to chill out a little bit. They don't listen to me anymore.
Don't even listen to it. Turn it off. Yo, what was Zeus's entry? I'm intrigued. Zeus?
Ugh, so jealous.
What was the number? It,
Not entry, man. Not entry like that. In his intro, he has like an intro song and outro song. That's glorious. I'm jealous of it.
The reason I started using it was when I would debate with him and he would like get to the part where he was frustrating me, I would just like hit the baguette noise.
that's what
And
you're talking
it would
about.
calm me down. Nice, Serbo. Damn right. Yeah, any trades that were taken on that stopping volume candle were invalidated at that white line. That's risk management. And then what did I say? We go back into our scopes. Go back into our scopes and we wait for the structure to line up for us. Yeah, it's the best way to do it, sir. But like honestly, if you just stop concentrating on dollar amount and start concentrating on win percentage. Right? The good thing about that sort of trading is when you're right, but when you're wrong, you're out. And being out because your candle got invalidated isn't a loss, right? Hitting a stop loss isn't a loss trade. Hitting a stop loss is your plan, you know, kicking in and protecting you. They might live a couple hours, but eventually these guys will get taken out. What I would like to do is establish a good CME range or a good weekend trap range before we start going for liquidity sweeps. But let's see. I'm pretty sure most of those are still in the 0.5. Where's our 0.5? Oh, we're at our 0.5 now. Okay. Typically, under perfect situations with market maker fully in control, the algorithms won't let price get more than about 0.5% away from CME close. Under perfect, the perfect situations with everything running the way it's supposed to. On a type 1 trap, yeah, Doug, the problem is that on a type 2 trap, when you got one side that's really close, right, if you run it 1% from CME gap, so they tend to run a tighter trap if one side is closer. Like if they fail to put some distance between the trap shorts or the trap longs, whatever, then they won't run such a wide gap. You'll end up having an entire weekend trap that's about 1% from top to bottom, right? 0.5% above, 0.5% below. But it just depends on how the trap sets up. Yeah, it fluctuates. That's the thing about weekend traps. Like, there's a lot of different environments, different styles, right? They react differently. It's not hard to learn, but there's variables. All right, let's take a look at our structure and see it's still holding. Are so good. ETH. Let's see if ETH has any sort of signs of life here at the bottom. Damn, not even on the 1 minute is there a stopping volume candle on ETH. So if you were trading the 5-minute scalping strategy on ETH, you would have been out of position at about 254 when your 50 turned red or when your 13 crossed the 50. And there's really no signs just yet. Yeah, even on the 1 minute, you're getting 13 EMA, 50 EMA choppiness. 50 EMA is really giving us a hard time here. Right? You want to flip that bullish, but our 13 EMA has been trapped underneath the 50 here. We've had price go above, but the 13 hasn't, right? 13 crossed once here for a second, and then your candle, next candle of confirmation was literally a candle right back through the 50. So guys that are in shorts, this is what you're looking at. And if you held your short, didn't take profit, you're waiting to see if you should stay in your shorts or not. You're waiting to see if that 5-minute bullish confirmation switches or not. You're only going to attempt a couple times before they go seek lower. What Trump is trying to do is invalidate Powell's intentions so that the market doesn't react off of his word anymore. That's why he announced Bassett as the next as the next head. If you can shake confidence in Powell's word, and you've already appointed the next person that's going to come up in people's eyes, they know that that's the next guy in charge. So Bassett's word becomes almost as strong, right? Bassett can't cut, Bassett can't stop QT, but his forward guidance will be respected because he's the next one up. The power play, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly, Serbo. Yeah, you don't want to piss Powell off while he's still in charge. I mean, luckily, if Powell was as petty as they're trying to make him out to be, he'd be in trouble. But he's not. Powell's just gonna pay attention to the data. Probably just gonna ignore all the noise. But every delay, right? Every month that he delays, every time that there isn't a cut, they'll say that he's just trying to screw Trump's plan up. And the great thing is when he does cut in September, which is when I think he's gonna cut, when he does cut, they'll take credit. They'll be like, he would have never cut if it wasn't for the pressure that we put on him to cut. Presidents have always tried to do this with the Fed. I mean, not as like overtly as this, but there's always been a push-pull there. Retail wants to sell here. Like every time market maker takes his foot off the brakes, retail just sells off. They'll probably get that liquidity sweep here.
If a baguette makes that sound, I wonder what a hamburger would make.
Do you think we're sweeping down for cut long? I mean, sweeping down for long. There's liquidations.
I mean,
Yeah, I
we've got
kind of
those
hope we don't
100
lose this
X's right
dollars.
underneath us at 102.6. I mean, if they're going to go for anything, but they've got to get through this demand. We've got demand here at 102.9. So they've got to absorb that if they want to get through those liquidations.
Appreciate it. I was on a call. All this was happening.
$20? No, too much money. It's no good.
My random attempt at a soundboard without a clear title. That one, the title of that was Money. Yeah, I can see Trump getting more and more upset. Sinlos for sure. Somebody's got a TV in the background with an open mic.
Sorry, that's me. Sorry about that.
You're good.
That's what's that loud.
Change my mind about firing him. Yeah, you better change your mind. Can't do anything about it. No, guys, it's not. It's not that I couldn't fire him. I just changed my mind.
Dbloc, you know, after work they all dress up in gowns and surround an altar and they chant.
Pal's at home drinking hot coffee, watching Murder She Wrote during those.
That'll be about right.
He's just sitting in his chair knitting, bro. What if Pal just wants to go home and knit sweaters, bro? We don't know what his, man's just trying to do his job.
He's got a cigar in a box that says "break in emergency." That's about it. Reminiscing of the days.
Oh yeah, if you want any like voice clips made into sound samples for your soundboard, let me know. Just send them over.
No, I've got everything I need to do. I just haven't done it yet.
Yeah, copy
I
that.
have to set it up. I've already saved a bunch of sounds and everything. I've started doing this like 3 times already and never finished.
Oh yeah. I geek out on shit. Favorite thing.
I have one group that their entire soundboard is in Italian. I have no idea what anything says.
Is it like Italian or is it like
just titled? Well, it's titled in Italian, so I'm just assuming that. I don't know. Let's click one. Hold on. Let's see.
Click it. Click it.
A river dairy.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I can't do
That's not an angry Italian.
No idea what that is. I can't do anything with that.
Ah, tem palavra porco-dio, diocane.
That's Portuguese. No idea what it's saying. I should probably stop before it could be anything. Any of our Brazilian family out there know what the hell he just said?
Just casually plays.
Or any of the Italians? You've been permanently banned from YouTube live streams.
Look at that candle. Wow.
Yeah, it's a good bounce from 103, 100. Let's hopefully we hold this one.
I thought I was lagging because I couldn't see the candle, but now you're just on a different time frame.
Mario.
Yeah, it goes with the Italian, right?
Yeah, that was definitely in the Italian bunch.
Yeah, Dbloc, what if we all got together and made signs that said cut the rates and we went and protested or whatever and like did a thing You think they do it then?
But there's probably been protesters camped out of the Fed for a year and a half.
Oh yeah, that's me.
I just remember when Anonymous protested Scientology. That was fun.
It's only a game. Why you have to be mad?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that one. Keeping that one. Use that one 30 times a day.
Mm-hmm.
Afternoon, everyone.
What's going on?
Almost feels like we might just bounce off this 2 for 6, but got a lot of patience below. And single print as well.
I really don't get it. For example, if retail was just retail and left to its devices, Bitcoin would be at zero with no market makers and no one to actually oversee it. I just don't get the retail mentality. Sell, sell, sell. We dropped 1%. Let's all sell. Panic. I don't get it.
Duck, why'd you snipe that message? I don't think they said anything wrong. I know the sound that they're talking about. That freaky ass laugh.
They're buying shorts as a sell, though, right?
In a way, yeah. Yeah, it's as long as that body closes underneath the body of the stopping volume candle, that specific body is invalidated. I mean, that specific candle is invalidated.
Maybe the sell mentality is just the 100th monkey effect. As soon as that 100th person thinks it's a good time to sell, it just spreads.
I feel like sometimes you need that retail sell mentality to open up opportunity to get back in, right? So
If you go down 0.5%, it liquidates 200x traders. That's a good sell. Doesn't take too much to cause a cascade.
mm.
Yeah, it can be green or red. It's stronger if it's green, right? Because it means that it turned from a red candle and then had so much push up that it actually flipped and turned green. But they're both valid. Or purple or blue if it's a stopping volume candle. I mean, even long-tailed dojis that aren't stopping volume candles still show buying pressure, right? We just like to see that increased volume to come in right at that spot to sort of like give us confirmation.
What's up, everybody?
Well, up.
Having some work and making sure we don't do no crazy drops. Let's see where she's at.
I'll feel better when it's up a couple $100 from here. Not much. 0.5% up, even better.
Yeah, that's you. Yeah.
Yo, D-Boy, I don't know if you're there or not, but your charts have saved my ass these past couple days. That's just crazy. I don't know about you guys, but whenever I start freaking out a little bit, once my hair starts to stand a little bit, I just literally switch to his chart real quick, take a look. Ah, we still got those lines of liquidations. All right, we're good. We're gonna go that much lower, and we're gonna fly right back up, or vice versa. But yeah, his charts have been insanely accurate these past couple days.
That's good stuff right there. Here's a good question for you.
So
How do you incorporate those liquidation indicators into a regular trading view? can it be done, or is that an extra fee or service you have to subscribe to?
Oh yeah. He has it in his Discord, I think on the bottom. But you can only have 2 indicators on at a time with the free trading view. If you want to use more than 2 indicators, then that's where you got to pay. So you can use that and then whatever else you use.
Yeah, I got the paid one. I caught that deal that comes right during like that Black Friday where you get a decent one for like $280 a year. But to be honest with you, and I guess there's no shame in being honest about how much of a rookie you are, but I don't know how to turn some
You
of
don't
these
use
windows.
them. No,
No,
you're
no, it's not
fine.
that
I'm
I
in the
use.
same boat as you.
Trust me, if I knew how, I would.
I'm in the same boat as you, man. I'm still learning too. How do you, okay, so if you open up TradingView, um, I'm definitely not the best person to ask, but if you open up TradingView, on the top left-hand corner, there's an icon. Not the very top, but at the top of the chart, like where your chart starts on the left side.
Yeah, I see where it says
I
indicators right
believe, yeah, right. So if you click that, it should open up like a little box and you can search up the indicators. There's like a favorites tab, there's a lookup tab, and
Yeah, and then they're in the Discord as well. There's a place that goes over settings and stuff.
so I'm not sure if that's you talking, but your mic is
Oh, I
oh,
said
your
in the
mic is lagging out real hard right there.
okay, thank you. I said in the Discord, there's also guides to what settings are being used and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, bro,
Um,
your mic is like straight up like on off on off. But yeah, it is in
No,
the Discord though.
he's coming through pretty clear for me. I think you're chopping up. I think you might have some lag, man.
Oh yeah, it is me. Cool.
All good.
good looking out nonetheless.
Hold these nuts. You sound pretty mellow today, bro.
Yeah, tired. Gotta go have a climb gig tomorrow. I survived the dump, even amidst my best efforts not to. So yeah, I'm chilling, man. I'm off for a couple days, and I haven't had that in a bit. So
That's good to hear, bro. Just making sure you're good, man.
yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. My mind is not allowed to run this slow that often, and even so, like I still love the stimulation. I've just been watching the charts, and I feel like I'm starting to. I'm getting better at my charting and my risk mitigation and my entries. So yeah, I'm in a good mood.
Yeah, wellness checks are underrated, as they say.
Yeah, that's real. No, I really appreciate that, man. That's a good looking out, you know. You know what I can't figure out? So
Bitcoin just lost a little bit of price here.
yeah, we did just break below that support line on the
I wanted to
2.
stay above, 103, 100. Anyway, it's just me.
93K, let's go.
Oh, come on, Tanner, mate. Can't we just go to like 105 for a little bit? Just a little bit.
Okay, hold on.
If we go 93, I hope you're out of your sweep positions.
No, my guess was the first dump would be if we rolled out of this bullish pennant on the daily, then my guess was the bottom of the 50 EMA cloud, which is 100,500. If we hit 100,500, that it would be a double bounce from the wick on June 5th. So we could spring back up from there, or we just fall out of it completely. So there's just this or that, but it's within a couple day time frame for me. Like even this weekend trap would put in 2 more daily candles, and it could ride this bullish pennant, like this ascending support we have going on here. That's what the unknown factor is for me, is the more it just rides up this ascending support from this bullish pennant, the more I'm like, ugh, because it's an M pattern as well on the daily. So if it wants to complete the M, it could like smash that daily vector that we put in on May 8th, and that would be 97K. It's a very simple looking this or that though. Like I'll put a picture of it in the TA chat. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't quite have the if then, but I do have like 90, 98 something, and I think 90, 93.5 was like the lowest spot I had some confluence at. If we get there, I couldn't tell you how we get there. One day.
Yeah, there's 97, 93, 84, 74.
I put a picture in the bubble chat here.
Yo, what up, everybody?
Yo, yo, yo.
Hey, what's going on?
What you putting in the? What are you putting in the bubble chat?
It's just a very snap. It's like just a snipple, a
We're
simple
about to
snapshot
lose
of the
108.
daily.
We're
Is
about
it
to lose 103 here. Just price
general
going
chat
down.
or TA chat?
No, just of this voice chat, like the little bubble there next to the where you're pressing push to talk.
Oh, I see it. I see it. I see it. No, push it. I'm on the laptop. I need to set up push to talk on the phone so I can enable that.
Price stopping.
Damn, man.
And we are definitely below that 236. The next fib level is down at 102, 255. And then we've got we've got like a single print right there at the bottom of that vector, and then we have liquidations down to 101, 600. From what I'm looking at, not a higher time frame though. Yeah, down to 100. On the 4 hour, we have them down to 100, 800, a little gap, and then down to the 99s.
We're actually out of fib right here. 786, 102, 132.
You're talking retracement, yeah, or that like a bearish fib.
Yeah.
Right.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. I just gave it 3 points of connections from the original run up from November of 2024 to the new all-time high we put in, and then gave it a nice. Hold on, I'll put a picture of it.
I'll start breathing again. It's all good.
Fly, look at this AI target. I put a picture of it there.
Do you mess with fib channels at all, Tana?
Fib channels? No, I mess with linear regressional channels though.
So I've been trying with them a bit, especially these last couple of days because we've just been like, I'm not sure that I'm doing them right, but I think I am because I keep getting confluence at the different levels, and I'm assuming they are helpful for measuring fib levels over time with momentum or with shifts in price action and structure. Yeah, I've been playing around a little bit with that lately, especially while we were taking these moves and we were kind of already at this like downward angle with these angular like W patterns. I don't know. I've been seeing confluence in it, and if that was something new, if anybody does, because I kind of want to figure out how to do them properly. I think I'm doing okay.
Oh, well, awesome. No, I don't really, can't say that I'm savvy with that. I bet BJ is.
Yeah, I figured BJ is the one I got to ask about this in the circles. But yeah, worth a try.
For a
Got that
linear
peanut.
regression channel, we've just tested the bottom of it on the daily, which is interesting. There's just a lot of points of support where we are right now.
Just got to deal with 102,800 again, right? Let's hopefully it just holds here for me. Everyone hope for Fly that it's gonna hold.
Can you survive 1026? 691? Hello, Turd. How are
Well,
you?
technically I can.
Probably not a good idea to try to survive something, though.
Whatever. Makes me feel
Zuzi,
alive.
do you know that you have an intro song?
No.
Okay, I better not talk about it then.
Yeah, I don't want to know what's happening out there in social media, no. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare talk anymore, right? Like most people, actually. But I hope it's cool.
It's really cool.
It's super dope.
So what happens when I speak when it also plays? Can you still hear me? Or?
Yeah, I can still hear you. It's just like a French song that plays. It's only a few seconds long, but it makes me smile.
It's an accordion, right? A French accordion, like.
I don't know what that is. I actually don't know what instrument that is. It sounds very French though. Zuzi, I put a couple pictures in the chat bubble here of this voice chat. It's very simple. But AI printed a nice target of 147K.
Is that supposed to be the
I'll
top?
check it out, thanks.
I mean, it's the AI target of the bullish pennant on the daily that we're in.
What AI was it?
This indicator.
What indicator?
It's an AI indicator.
Oh, on TradingView?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, on TradingView. That's neat.
But yeah, that symmetrical triangle on the daily, I think a lot of people are gonna start paying attention to that. And well, triangles are always fun to trade. Well, not necessarily fun, but
I could see 122K if it broke out of that.
oh, like breaking it to the downside first is kind of a good sign for the upward targets. So
I like that attitude, Zeusy. I like that attitude.
Well, thank you.
Oh, my pleasure.
Let's not break it too much though, because once you're back below certain levels, who knows how low it'll go. You know that
Oh,
99 to 92 area sometimes has been pretty fast on the left. Probably we've achieved something since, so I guess we can avoid that. Like it's the whole point of bouncing from 100k. It's kind of to avoid a fast drop. Yeah, fast drop.
No, not you. These kids are badass. Man.
Fly the 8-hour 200 EMA is at 100. Yeah, basically.
Oh, we were good. I'm not sweating. I just stopped breathing under 103. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
You all in? All in cross 125x?
When you're on leverage, you're more than all in, buddy.
But no, that's impossible. You can't owe money to your exchange, can you? I mean,
Well, if you're at 1x and you put all your money in there, you're all in. If you go at 100x, you're 100 times all in.
And then you're
right. Yeah. I guess.
I'll show you this drawing I did on Sui and how it's aging. First I'll put a picture of it, and then I'll explain it. Okay, I put it in there. I call this cat TA.
Oh no, not cats again.
Don't hate on my meows. Come on now. Pitch a tent.
I started drawing this picture since May 30th with the first like bear flag, and I wasn't sure how it would evolve, but I don't know. I didn't do too bad actually. I started drawing the yellow like brush line first, and then I kind of went in there and cleaned it up a little bit with just some white trend lines. I was thinking it would put in a double bottom in the vector that we haven't cleared yet, between 246 and 261 or 266. But it looks like it bounced right off of the vector of 266, which it actually liquidated one of my very small longs that I had. And yeah, it's pretty wrong, but there's a little pattern there. But anyways, the main thing is that hopefully it bounces out of here and then just starts to recover quite quickly.
Liquidation. Observer hear that. Liquidation is not allowed.
That's hilarious.
We don't know if it is or not. Somebody's got an open mic.
Hey, quiet. Shut your mic up. Why?
Hey, quiet, man. Hey, turn the mic off.
Muzzle on it. Quiet. Call for quiet 91. Call for quiet 111.
call 9 Juan.
But my buy zone of sprinkle zone on Sui was anywhere between. It's been activated since 316. This whole green box area was a sprinkle zone for me. A little sprinkle. But I drew this green box back in May 31st area, where I was like, oh, this looks like a bear flag, and if it breaks down, which it did, and it hit my target around 286, it bounced up pretty violently. But gave it all back, obviously. So now I'm thinking that people's buy areas anywhere between 266 and 247.
Oh no, my buy area was actually at like $4. I bought the top. You're welcome. Oh yeah.
You and me both.
It's not too bad. It's only $1 or something away. It's not much.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. I mean, I knew that going into it. I was like, okay. Anyway, I'm glad. I'm kind of glad to see that it came down, honestly. But at the same time, I'm ready to see it climb. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. If Sui did go down $1, it would be because Bitcoin's breaking down out of 103K.
Yeah, and this dominance is just getting stupid, dude. I don't know where this dominance lives, but I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna beat it.
.d.
You know what I mean? I'm gonna.
BTC.d.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah. I don't know what country he lives in.
Ew, AI target for Bitcoin dominance is 74%.
I'm not AI, but I've been looking at that 74%.
That was funny, Zeusy. I'm not AI. Nice. That's
No,
true.
it's not 74. He's wrong. It's wrong. It's 73. Why 74 though? Oh, he wants a higher high. Actually, I see.
It's from a weird falling wedge that it drew out. I'll show you. It's on the five.
People even still buy altcoins anymore?
Yeah, that's all I'm in.
Oh, sorry about that.
But it's all a perspective issue, right? Because these alts, some of them are still pumped up. Like it's not that bad, yeah.
Yeah, at least one out of 40,000 of them.
Yeah,
No, but
probably
I mean,
at least one.
no, on
Or two.
average, most of them are a bit pumped up. Like if you look at Solana, it's high. If you look at BNB, it's high. If you look at Sui, I mean Sui, yeah, okay, it went down 35% currently, but overall it's high up there, right? We're not like putting new bear market bottoms at 35 cents on Sui, I guess. The problem is all those alts putting new bear market bottoms. There's really plenty. Like they're dying during the bull run is crazy. But yeah, that's what's happening. And you know, Cardano is like in the middle, I guess, around 50, 60 cents. Like we're not down at 25, right? But we're not up at $3 either. And then yeah, XRP also is a bit still. I mean, it's not. I'm not gonna say it's pumped up, but it's
got a bit of downside
Hey,
risk on
Zeusy.
it's not at $1, right? So I mean, they've all taken their bit of their share from the Bitcoin bull run. It's just that they never. Well, most of them didn't outperform Bitcoin. Yeah, I mean, just a few. I guess Solana outperformed Bitcoin when you look at the whole thing in the last 2 years. Yeah, but
I put a picture of Bitcoin dominance in the chat.
it's
It's
only
the
because it dropped.
5-day chart.
These are AI generated, or it's you? No, it's you. This one, it's you.
No, that's AI.
Oh, really? It draws
The
like.
the white lines are me, but the red word, like the red and the green, is AI.
Who drew the smiley there?
No, that's Well, I drew that. That's my
Ah.
Cartier. No. But look at the other one, the most recent picture. That's Bitcoin dominance. No, Sui has an AI target of $4.13.
By when?
And I just
Today?
posted a picture of it.
Today?
Win.
Please?
Win.
I'll get all in on it.
If it did that, that's a 60% gainer. But I posted a picture of that as well. The red and the blue are a linear regression channel, and so we're at the bottom of the bear part of the channel. So, which would be support. If it breaks out down out of here, it would then go into the vector the only vector gap that's left of the green pump. But then you just compare it to total 3 and others, and look at where support is for those things, and hoping
Can you just give AI your key phrases and just be done? Like, here you go, you take it, I'm done.
For real.
Okay, I mean, I'm not that familiar with AI. I mean, I'm familiar enough, but I'm also not familiar enough. Just a question here. Can, like, whenever it's forecasting the chart for dominance that you provided. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to word this as I'm saying it. That forecast or projection, is it taking into account all of the other, is it only basing that off of that chart and TA, or is it like actually taking other like potentially each and every coin into account based off each and every coin's chart and Bitcoin's chart, and then determining dominance that way?
No.
I mean,
no, this AI indicator is just drawing out patterns from the chart that I have open. It's not accounting for all those other variables. It's just seeing a rising wedge pattern. It's just seeing a falling wedge pattern, and it's just
okay,
giving me the measure move of that historical price action. So that's how patterns are drawn out, is based off of historical price action, and then you take that pattern and try to project a not really a prediction, but more of like a patterned measured move of that pattern that historically plays out.
I just didn't know. I mean, everybody, like, well, anyway, AI is new, so I just didn't know if maybe it looked at it through a different lens, or if it was just looking at it through, like, basically how you explained it.
I think it's been around since 1960, man. It's not new.
And it definitely, and it uses, it takes legitimate fundamental and like charting technical indicators and applies it to that. It's not, yeah, it's very legitimate.
Can you, like,
question, guys? If I can ask a little bit, the W invalidation, is it where the blue line is, or is it at the red line?
It's already invalidated, I believe he said, didn't he?
Oh, sorry, I wasn't here. So
it's the small part of the W. If it breaks down from where it is right now, it would invalidate the W.
okay, so it's still in play, but not quite as strong.
Yeah,
You would just,
it would have to bounce here.
You would just draw it bigger, right?
The W?
Yeah, it would turn into, well, it would have to bounce where the trap shorts are, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
The idea of a W reversal, it's like, as long as the right part is not lower than the left part, you can assume it's gonna be a W, but like,
So we're
you're not
breaking down
supposed
a
to
bit
buy
right.
the right part of the W,
You would
not
probably
that
want to
high.
wait for this candle to close too. That's the excruciating part. Is if you had a play right now, you'd want to wait for this candle to actually close. In my opinion.
Yeah, but the stop loss doesn't care about when the candle closes, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Hey, go ahead, Zuzi.
That's the measured move of that pattern, right? It's not like a necessarily like I think invalidation of that pattern is when we drop below the white line, the second white line at the high there, when we couldn't. Well, when we came back down, retested, tried to go back up, but couldn't put a higher high, and once the first time it dropped below 103,400, it's a bit like your breakout of your W to the upside is starting to fail, right? So I think that was kind of the time to get out if you wanted to scalp it. Also, you notice the EMA's cross around that time, just a bit before that happened, right? I think that the red crosses the blue on that chart, something like that. Just a bit before that red candle that. Oh no, wait, on the left you already went once before the cross, yeah. Yeah, so you would have exited on the first time it. Well, yeah, but the first is the retest. That one you kind of know, right? And it's only $100 difference, man. You have like a bit of a bigger
I'm
stop loss
breathing
than
again.
$100, no? Like $100 is 0.1%. Who goes with that sort of a stop loss? I guess you can, though. That's probably a good idea, even, right? To go with tiny stop loss when you're scalping, but. Because why I say that, because now that we're back at the now it's a bigger W at play. It's not the one on the left potentially, right? Like next time you go back up to, well, it's gonna be higher this time though. It's gonna be at 103,700. Then you'll be able to draw a new W. The right part didn't go low enough though. It's gotta touch golden though. All right, never mind. I guess we came close enough to save you. You said below 103?
It's still validated then.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. It's beautiful. Keep
Nice.
going up, Bitcoin.
Ooh.
Just
Yeah, but no,
$200
it's
more
not.
please.
No, it's not the same setup. Now it's a bigger W. Your neckline is higher now.
See? Yeah, if it had stop loss someone out of that, that would suck because you'd want to wait for this candle to close. And it bounced.
Boom.
Damn, I just noticed I'm wrong. It's written in validation on the chart.
Yeah, but that is coded somehow. I don't know how he does it, but if it comes below that, then that word disappears. But 102.6 was the line in the sand on the daily. That was the macro. Like the body has to close above 102,600. That was that range that we drew out a week ago or whatever.
Yeah, it's where the hourly SFP. No, in the end we closed at 103 too, right? Yeah. That big. This all happened inside that big candle. The rest is noise. Like you can just completely ignore whatever it's gonna do here. Honestly, it doesn't matter for the next trend. It
Well,
really doesn't. We can zigzag
it
up,
does.
down,
It
whatever.
does for the macro. The fifth. It has 50 minutes, and within 50 minutes, the body of this daily candle needs to close above 102.6.
Right. Yeah, the daily close. Yeah, you're right. But well, no.
Yeah, and then after 50 minutes, it could continue to roll over and go down as long as it springs back up. The next daily close comes back above 102.6. And
If
then
we
I don't.
close below 1026, we'll have an intent at going back up for tomorrow's candle and vice versa. No, it's weekend stuff. We'll be back here on Monday anyway.
That's right. That's right.
I mean, there's a chance, right? It could be a downward gapping weekend, honestly. It could, because you have like fear, war, and
I was
this and
thinking you meant we'll be back on the channel on Monday, like because it's always live. Sorry, I misinterpreted what you meant.
no,
But
no. I mean, price. You know, if it takes a dip, it's likely to come back up and vice versa. Just because it's the weekend, huh? But we'll know that Monday. But these alts being like kind of, well,
Creepy.
low. Well, some of them are really low right now, like price discovery downward. You know, if Bitcoin can just go sideways, maybe there's a chance. No, it's the weekend. But people have run out of crypto to sell, no? Actually, no. I guess a lot got trapped higher on these alts, especially. Or...
I really don't want Sui to lose 269. 269.10 is the 382 from the bottom of $1.72 all the way up to $4.28. It's a pretty big fib. But yeah, the 382 is 269.10.
I was gonna ask, did you do your AI indicator on ETH at all?
Me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yeah. You want me to do it for ETH?
Sure.
What time frame would you like?
Do I guess either daily or what's your other?
The
what
daily
you have?
looks good. One moment.
So are you does the indicator that you're using, does it choose its own patterns, or are you trying to find the pattern yourself and then it?
No, it here, let me zoom out. So I put the daily in the chat, but if I zoom out, it'll take if I'm zoomed out, then it zooms out and shows you the macro. It's not going to show me the in-between Z's unless I zoom in, and then it'll show me like more. But
on the daily, the target's looking at that 30 above 3,000. What is that?
Yeah, that's from the falling wedge. Here, there's a second one zoomed out even further on the daily. So the rectangle, it's not going to go down to $47.
That'd be nice.
So it's not going to go down that far. But if I zoom in a little bit more, it'll show you more patterns. Like I'll do the 12-hour.
So we lost it.
Here's the 12 hour.
But Sui maybe lost it, but it's still it's one of those coins that's high up there. Still, like it's doing fine compared to others. So maybe there's potential for a big dump. Something like coming back below $2.18, and oh boy, after that it's hacked. It's blah blah blah.
Yeah, Sui made that stopping volume candle on the 1 hour. So it's just filling the wick now. So we'll see how if it just double bottoms from that wick at 265 basically, or if it makes a new low around 263. If it does, the vector from the big pump on April 23rd. There's a vector down to 247 area. 247, but I don't see it going lower than 242 area. So I have a macro spider line drawn right there. So it's just in between a huge spider line gap for me. So to me, it makes sense that it's like making such huge percentage moves in this area from 280 to 242. But there's a lot of demand at 264. I'm guessing because of the fib level. Maybe people put buy orders there, which created that stop. Also that crazy wick. But now it's just filling that wick.
Well, it's also your uptrend, right? Currently, like if you lose this area, like where we are currently, you know, on the weekly connecting the previous two lows, well, this is the third touch. So if you want to remain inside the bullishness of 5th of August dip, 2024, you know, it's been going up since 5th of August. Well, it's been 1 year of up on 3 overall. Like we have to maintain that momentum, right? So
yeah.
kind of losing it.
It could still be a higher low on the weekly, even if it even if it filled that entire green vector on the weekly of April 2025. It would still be a higher low.
It went up for 6 months. Now it's been down 6 months. Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad time to reverse up, no? For like 6 months till the end of the year, only up.
To me, I like to pay attention how small the candles are on the macro. Like, if it took 6 weekly candles for it to take back the giant candle, then then I like seeing how small that those candles are, because any day or any maybe if I look at the 3-day or the 5-day or whatever macro time frame I'm looking at, I picture how giant the next candle could be to engulf all of those tiny little candles of just baby profit taking.
Yeah.
Sometimes that happens. I mean, it happened on the weekly. You see from January 2025 all the way down to April, it came down from $5 down to, you know, $3, or no, I'm sorry, $1.66. But then it puts in this big old weekly candle from $2 all the way up to like $3.74 and engulfs all of those weekly candles. So if it did anything like that again during the bull market, and it all these little tiny baby weekly candles that it's putting in again, if I can get another green Hulk candle out of here, that could give me a new high. A new all-time.
Hey Zusi, have you looked at XRP on the 4-hour? Does that look like a
no, I don't.
Head and shoulders? Or no?
I have a bit of an issue with XRP. I don't trade. I gave up. I gave up when bear market bottomed, by the way.
If you just look at the 4-hour, does it look like a perfect head and shoulders, this one?
Yeah, that
You know?
last week at 40 cents, 38 cents. That's when I stopped watching that chart.
Oh, I remember those days, you see.
Oh yeah, that was a bit annoying. Although it was a well, anyway. Head and shoulder on what time? On the 4-hour, you said? Where's Shanae? She's an expert at head and shoulders.
Yeah.
I don't trade them, honestly. I counter trade them.
I stopped looking at it when I put $5,000 margin on it at 200x, and it hit $1.
Damn.
It liquidated me.
XRP had a liquidity issue on my exchange. Honestly, I really think they had like a that. I mean, you have to catch a wick on XRP, and it still stands true, by the way, because currently you should have cut 177, and you had like a wick all the way down to 162, but I guess it's just stay long from 170 something. Well, from 2nd of February low, and see what happens. I mean, you got an attempt at breaking to the upside, but it kind of came back down after that. Right? But head and shoulder on the 4 hour. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. It's a very precise neckline, right? 2.07.
Right? Like a measured move down to like 181. So I was just thinking, if it's a fake out, then okay, then we have a chance to bounce. But if that's true, then everything else looks like it's about to go much lower, down to those lows when Sui broke $2, XRP broke $2. Yeah, the XRP looks exactly like a perfect head and shoulders.
Yeah, it
Unless
would
it's a
give you
fake.
like a double, the measured move, if it fully plays out, gives you a double bottom at that 162, right? So something like that, roughly.
What are the benefits of alt? Okay. What if major news actually happens, right? Because we're talking about fake outs, but like the one thing that like fakes out a fake out is news these days. You know what I mean?
The
So
only
it's
news
like,
that Trump can like come out in the afternoon, not the afternoon, it's 7:20 Eastern. If he could tweet, we have a deal with Iran or something. That's the only thing that could save. But other than that, it feels like we're just gonna keep going.
yeah, okay. Okay. Interesting.
Any crypto related, like if you notice the news of the last couple of days, we've had bullish news, but it's been sold off instantly, and that usually just is that like we're going lower, unless it's extremely bullish.
But fundamentally, crypto news are very bullish right now. You have the president pro crypto. You have ETF.
Yeah, but like if you notice, like every headline that's hit, like usually price action has just reverted further and further down. Like it really hasn't stuck. It hasn't landed. You know, like there was a bill passed a couple days ago. There was who's that crypto czar? Can't remember his name, but he was on Coinbase and he was talking all bullish about crypto. But like none of the news was really like being substantially like price wasn't really moving with it. It was just being sold off. It would just pump and then just be sold off.
Yeah, they decide when the news makes sense to the chart and when it doesn't.
Right?
Everything's
has to
built.
be.
Everything's already built into the chart. Then they just decide, oh, then this is happening because of this news. But really, I think a good example of news actually doing something to a chart is when Elon would tweet and then Doge would pump. But it would immediately sell off, 100% retrace, and I'd always short it because I would never be in it before the tweet would go out. But I would wait for it to pump, and every time I'd say, okay, I'll take that back. Not every time, maybe 98% of the time, it would 100% retrace, and I would take that short anytime.
Did you short it during SNL by chance?
No, I didn't. I honestly didn't have that sort of skill level yet. So no, I didn't.
Well, I think that was new. That was like, there wasn't a history on it, so it wasn't like, obviously like stocks and forex and all that, but I guess or whatever. But it's crypto and it's on SNL like in a big way. So
I'll tell you this: I don't think retail did cause that sell-off.
oh hell no.
I don't think there's enough of you and me to create that much of a sell-off.
Honestly,
big
if
bags.
it weren't for Doge and those
I don't
times, I
think
probably
retail
wouldn't
causes
be.
any of these sell-offs.
That's not true. When you look at GME, we have examples of what retail can achieve against hedge funds and all, right? So if everybody really buys, price goes up. Like, even if it's $1 buys. Because especially with social media and millions of people and all, right?
There have already been quite a few pumps and dumps before SNL though on Doge. Shouldn't have been too much news that it wasn't going to sustain that.
Zuzi, they've been trying to replicate GME several times, but that was planets aligning. It wasn't just retail buying that caused that. That was That was an incredible amount of shorts that were in that play. It took whales though. It took giant whales.
You would think that there would be like an incredible amount of shorts right now in BTC too, right? I don't check. I don't know how to check the other maps, but with all this war stuff, I feel like big players are heavy shorted Bitcoin right now.
Also, we just had quadruple witching. Was that last week?
No, that was today. Yeah, triple witching. So that's at least what they said. It was triple. I don't know what the difference is between triple and quadruple though.
I guess more stars line up in a quadruple.
It's the number of
Wouldn't
derivatives.
that be the month? Was that the monthly and the quarterly and the half yearly or something like that? I don't know. I'm making it up. Sorry, Taname.
That's okay. The difference is quadruple witching. That includes the single stock futures, and triple witching involves the expiration of stock options, stock index futures, and stock index options. So quad is all those three plus the single stock futures expiring, all in the same time. So when was last time? The third Friday of, okay, hold on. Quadruple witching occurs 4 times a year on the third Friday of March, June, September, and December, when stock options, stock index options, stock futures, and stock index futures expire simultaneously. So the third Friday of June. What's that?
That's like on the quarterlies.
Oh,
though.
that's
the
today.
end of the quarters. Yeah.
That's today.
Yay!
Today's Friday. Yay!
Yeah, it's for the accountants to close out all their quarterly books and options. And yay!
So
These things don't have a lot of effect on crypto all the time, though. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they're just nothing burgers, so I wouldn't get too worried about it. But I'm still expecting a little bit of volatility for closing out at the end of June, but I get excited about a 1.5% drop on Bitcoin these days. So
that can happen very quickly these days.
well, it just did. I got a really nice short from 106 something, a few like 24 hours ago, or whatever it was.
Oh yeah,
12 hours.
the SPY dumped over 1% today, and then recovered at the very end of the day a little bit. You know, Bitcoin on the weekly, the 5 EMA hasn't crossed the 13 at all. So the daily it has. What about the 2 days? The 2-day on Bitcoin, it did yesterday. It crossed over. Down over it. So that's not bad. But it's
SPY gapped up when it opened today, right? And then it filled the gap and threatened to fill Thursday's gap too. Of the week before, yeah.
the 13 EMA on the weekly on Bitcoin is at 99,739. So you have a lot of support around 100K. again, like all kinds of different ways. The 5-day, the 13 EMA is at 101,973, which it already kind of wicked down to. And 29 more minutes and the daily candle closes. And also, did that person that was asking me about the Ethereum AI indicator see the chart I posted for you?
Yeah, I saw it. I was looking at it. I'm trying to decide if we're gonna go further down before we spring back up.
Yeah, it gave you kind of a 50-50 there.
Yep, I saw that.
If it gave back and went down to the $1,600 target, that would be bought up so quickly. And you're at the 200 EMA right now on that time frame, which is that white line that this 12-hour candle just went down to. So I would
yeah, I'll buy that.
Yeah, you see.
I won't make that mistake 4 times in a row.
What crazy price action to wake up to? Far out.
At the 230 or 2,372.
It's a good time to wake up, Rick.
It is.
I woke up at
9:30.
5 in the morning because I had no stop losses in, and
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
so it was good.
Yep. Did something happen, or was it just like a?
No, I
it
don't
just
know. Like we
vanished?
played out the 4-hour chart last night nicely. Like it
Probably-
really went to the top of the Bollingers, then it went to the bottom. That was like
Yeah.
pretty perfectly on the RSIs, played out to RSI just under 30. That was the first move down. I went to sleep. I'm like, could have a couple more legs down. That's really all it seemed to have done. It did break that 102,800, which was probably the lower end
Yeah.
of the target range, but it held what I was seeing was 101.6 confidently, right in between, actually, halfway in between that. So I don't think this was more
Yeah.
than just a couple of legs down after a 4-hour play out.
Because Dbloc and I were looking at the liquidation heat map, and we were sandwiched like between two huge like liquidity pools, like blocks.
Yeah.
So it's like they decided to go snap up the top, and then this was them taking care of the lower.
I think that dealt with
like-
some of those long leverage people pretty
Yep.
nicely without causing any kind of stress. And then we recovered all right. We started to lose it, but like again, we're starting to regain a couple $100 more up here, maybe $500 up more. We might actually be able to hold this.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Hopefully.
Ooh, I just pulled the Ichimoku cloud for Ethereum.
Oh, yeah.
And the volume profile. Oh, look at this one. Hold on. Let me post a picture. There you go.
Whereabouts did you pop it?
It's here in the voice chat.
Oh, the voice chat. Yeah. Cool. Oh, yeah. Cool. Could be like a cloud bounce, potentially.
Mm-hmm. Because my concern is this big gap in the volume profile. if it takes back
Yeah.
this entire gap, it would just take back the entire rip.
Yep.
But I just don't think it's going to do that.
Well, even if it does,
Yeah.
it'll do it slower than it went up. Like it seems like it would do it slower than it went up. Because oddly enough,
the alts did
these-
slow, like what you're saying. Because the alts almost
yeah.
gave this entire pump already. A lot of them already did it.
Yeah, they're like below February. Some are even below August of last year. And we're coming into August now. Well, July. Yeah. And then August.
Shanae likes to buy when the RSI is in the 30s on the daily. Especially, she starts looking at it. I remember she starts looking at buys when it's below 50. So Ethereum's at 41 RSI on the daily. When it gets into the 30s, she's like, "Oh yeah, I remember."
Yeah, but 7 RSI is just the last 7 candles. You might want to look at the whole thing since we came to that area, right?
7? Where'd you get 7 from?
6. 14.
Yeah, well, whatever it is, like, but here, what's interesting is how we're cooling
37.
off. How you're cooling off your indicators going sideways after a big up move, right?
43.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh yeah, that's
good.
43.
Like, you don't need to go all the way down to 1,800 to really cool off your indicator. It'll be cooled off way before that.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, you can see that in this example I posted. Yeah. Overbought in May and then cools off, and we are barely sideways. We're at the same level basically from that spike up on a ETH.
Yeah, I know BlackRock's been buying up ETH like every day too.
Yeah, why is that good news?
I don't know yet. Still trying to figure it out.
Because one day it'll be bad news. You know what I mean?
So comparatively, Sui's RSI is at 32. If I compare it to ETH, the ramp up where the RSI was overbought in May, it's already cooled down. We went sideways. We're down 20% from that high. But the RSI is at 32, so that's a buy zone if you look at it that way.
Bitcoin is at 50 for big time frame RSI. Looking at the whole thing since 74, we're at the 50 level on Bitcoin and RSI. But ETH very slightly below, 49.1. Of course, diverging with the previous low.
I heard BlackRock's been buying souls as well. It's been buying people's souls.
Yeah, I sold mine off for 2 Bitcoin.
Really? Sweet.
Just kidding. I
sold
need at
mine
least
at,
2.5.
I sold mine at for like 2 Doge. Just out.
We're in the Ichimoku cloud for the daily on Bitcoin.
That's why I'm so itchy. Come on, go up.
No sabía que estabas aquí. De repente vi la luz prendida y yo, ¿será que alguien dejó la luz
Open
prendida?
mic, open mic.
Uh-oh.
Ay, ay, ay.
Did he say 1039? $1022 or 1039? What you think first?
1039.
I'm with you. Any other takers?
19 minutes.
Yeah, I know exactly. That's why I want to know now.
1022 is getting off. Yeah, 1022 is getting awfully close for me.
Yeah, it's getting awfully close for me too. Yeah, how far off 102 can we be here? I mean, I need specific.
Let's split hairs here.
Well,
1021.
My
if
tongue got stuck. I'm sorry.
if 1021 doesn't hold, we're looking at 100s. Maybe we dip just under, but a bounce after that. Or it just keeps going up right here, next 20 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm betting on.
All right, I'm on your team.
You know, the price is going down, but bulls put supports, and it's like we're filling plenty orders by going down. It's not like what's happening when we go up. Like there's still I mean, okay, 1065 became resistance, but it's still pretty empty. Like this could easily pump back up to 106 actually, and that's.
Yeah, I was seeing 105,
generally
800, 105, 800. I think the range has come down a little bit from there, but yeah, it should.
Oh,
It
okay, no,
will.
he drew it to 1045. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just 1%. Well, we can, plus or minus 1% around CME gap stuff. So where did CME close? Don't even check. But actually, we can see it in the chart, right? It probably closed.
103,655.
Right. Well. Oh, okay.
Why do I always get dragged into the weekend? I say I'm not going to trade on the weekend.
Because crypto don't sleep and you're cool. That's what the cool kids do.
Yeah, it's what I do on Saturday. It's great. Wake up and.
Woo! Isn't it fun, dude?
Well, I've eaten my breakfast between 103, 100 and here, so I could eat again.
I mean, it's not a bad spot to scale in some longs. The shorts already got trapped. Are we going to trap them some more, just a little bit lower? It's not like this thing's going to dump a lot. There's more upside potential, but the thing is, are we going to get the volume over the weekend? So it might just kind of be, up and sideways a little bit.
I agree with you 90%. It's just that last 10% that worries me, but the most likely is what you said. Because we've seen weekends that can be very bullish. You can also have weekends that are very bearish. I mean, if there was one weekend to choose in the last 6 months to gap down, this one isn't necessarily a bad one, right? Like it's a bit more than 10%, maybe. Just
I
because
agree
of
with you 2000%.
just because of this war stuff. Like it's not like Ukraine where it's a long-lasting war. This one, yeah, who knows? Yeah, I guess that's why people sold today, maybe because they're worried something
I
is
don't
gonna
think so.
happen.
I don't think so, Zeusy. This was just a 4-hour chart dumping, man. There was nothing
Yeah.
on the. There's no news for this
Yeah.
one at all. No, there's no news. It was perfect. The RSI was at like 79. That was at the top of the Bollinger at 106, 300. It went slightly above it, and then the 4-hour played out. It caught support there, and it had a couple of legs down. That's all that's happened.
Well, no, but technically I agree. But depends on your outlook at things, right? I mean, technically it was a symmetrical triangle, breakout up, breakout down, come back to the midpoint, which we haven't done yet, by the way. That's at 1045, and that one lines up with Dbloc's chart. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
If we had world peace, maybe we would have gone over 106. But yeah, there's like some kind of downward sentiment, but.
Well, let's talk about World Peace because we've been waiting for that news for like 2+ years now, and instead of that, we're getting just more wars, and it's not like really getting better out there, fortunately.
No.
But it will eventually, right? So you have to You can plan for that too. I mean, one day there's going to be news about ceasefires and easing of tensions and peace, and I don't know if it's going to have a positive or negative impact, but it will make people more just joyful and bullish about the future, no? At least.
I don't think at least until 2032 we'll even start thinking about any type of that conversation. No way.
Although when you look at your charts right now, I think the conclusion is that nobody cares that there are wars here and there. Like, it doesn't really matter.
Apart from people in the Middle East right now and Ukraine.
Yeah.
I think it just comes down to the S&P looks like it's about to go in a correction. So Bitcoin and crypto is just following the S&P. So
yeah.
But
I guess yeah, what historically happens to markets during the breakout of war, like if we're on the doorstep of another major conflict war thing that the US enters, like look at the war on terror, like what happened when that started to,
the only thing is like we're just at all-time highs when it's happening. I don't think it's ever started when like markets are at all-time highs. Like Bitcoin
True,
is
yeah, like
all-time high, and S&P is at all-time highs. Nvidia is like $7 from all-time high. Like everything is like
the
super pumped
yeah.
already.
No,
So like
like
in terms of like
The
for a catalyst to come in to send us
yeah.
above all-time highs, it can't be war. Right? It has to be.
Wait, well, yeah.
There's got to be some like. There's got to be either like something come about
When
tariffs or like a resolution on tariffs or an ending and peace of either Ukraine, Russia, or a deal with Iran. Like
yeah.
there has to be a bullish catalyst, or it's just, the
Or
market's just gonna
maybe Powell is like, yo,
or
dogs,
rate cuts.
QE
Yeah.
started, bruh. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
That'd
that,
be dope.
dude, that's
The
what's crazy.
war
Like the
the
SPY
war on
gapped up
terror
this morning. We had
started.
bullish news. We had Fed Waller come out and say he could see the Fed cutting rates as soon as July. Like that sent everything
That's
pumping.
pretty cool.
And then it just sold off. The market just sold off. Like there was one bearish news that came out about chips, and they're putting something on chips, and then SMCI started tanking pretty hard. But that was the only thing that really like in terms of the stock market, and then crypto just followed right away. But and then,
See
and then at the end,
Yep. The
You
thing with the
said
war on terror, the breakout of that was after the .com, because the .com crash happened in 2000, right? And then the war on terror started late 2021. So there was like, it was already sold way off, and like 9/11 happened in the bear market of the .com crash. So it was already like pulled back so far. Like maybe it went a little further down, but most of the start of that conflict or that war was like a bull market or a recovery. Like the market picked back up. But that thing went on for 20 years, that that US engagement into the Middle East. They only got out like not long ago, right? It was probably like 4 years ago. It 3 would have years definitely ago.
Mm.
had to been. Yeah. It would have had no. It had. I would imagine it had to been when Trump was in office the first time. I mean, honestly, just in Yeah. general.
you
Yeah, I don't
said the
know who.
sky.
Like, you remember that event when they flew out of Afghanistan, or was it Iraq? I don't know, but they had yeah. civilians trying to jump onto the wings of the plane, and they
That
fell
was,
to their
that was
deaths.
Afghanistan. That was Biden.
Afghanistan, yeah,
Yeah,
And
that
there
was
was a big
Afghanistan.
controversy. Yep.
and they left behind all this equipment. And I remember Trump being critical of that. He's Oh, like, "You idiots! Like, why did you leave behind Oh, you're talking these about millions?" Kabul. Yeah, you're talking. Not Maybe. only did he leave equipment behind, he left 13 U.S. Yeah. soldiers behind to die. Oh, really? Well, Yeah, yeah, to be that was tortured. Biden. That was Yeah, the that was Biden Biden. thing. Oh, yeah, that was Biden. That was, I believe, it was August 31st. Those are Right. the types of things we should never forget. I mean, I know you're not in America and stuff. Sorry, didn't.
No,
I
I hear the
thought you were
headlines.
talking about something else.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude, it's freaking crazy.
We're not in
Well, yeah,
America.
Australia.
Oh, slap me. We're like
Australia's.
the state of America.
Yeah,
Well, I'm an American, and I
Australia.
just know he's Australian, kind of thing.
Yeah, Australia
Yeah, I
is like
know, but
America
we
2.0. We are like an extension because we're like ally, pretty strong ally.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, I mean, I'm cool
Yeah,
to
yeah.
count you in. I just didn't want to like put you in.
Yeah, it's
I
all
didn't know
good.
what
It's all good.
group you wanted to be in, dog. I mean, I don't care.
No,
We're all
I'm
in
very
this
much
together.
I'm very much pro free world Western culture. You know, I don't want to lose my culture, and I'm happy for the East and for the Middle East to be. You know, you have your culture too. Like,
Dude, that really is a
I
beautiful
don't.
statement. I think
Yeah,
I
I
think
don't.
that's it, dude. Right? It's just
Yeah,
like I want to
we've had
keep.
it right this
I'm
whole
happy.
time.
Let me keep my culture,
Just
and we're all
yeah,
good.
let the world breathe, man. I am a hippie, man. I'm like, yeah, peace and love, not war. So, yeah.
Nice. I like that. That's good.
I
Yeah,
heard
we're
you
all
say
hippies.
the SPY is about to enter a correction or a recession.
No,
I
not
don't
a
really.
recession. Like a pullback, just a pullback. Like maybe a 10% pullback to like 560, 570.
Yeah, okay. You want to close the gap we left there.
Yeah, close the gap. Yeah.
Around
So that, I mean,
54.
that's like a 10% pullback on the SPY. That's gonna affect crypto.
Not if
Yo,
we're
Ghost.
well,
Oh,
a bit
sorry.
less if we're at support when that happens. Yeah. Well, I mean, if we've already dumped when it happens.
Well, all since last year, crypto's just been front running it. So like we're hopefully, it seems like we would front run it and then maybe find support around 93, 97, start recovering while the SPY is finding its support, and then start recovering.
That
That's what
gap
I
is
think
big
is happening.
guys.
But
Hey, Ghost. You mentioned the head and shoulder on the 4-hour on XRP. Just you know, I've never really like looked into this. It's just a question because that's where this is basically where my brain went in that time. Have you well, okay, so here's the deal, right? XRP had a ETF release in Canada today. Have you looked at by chance, or anyone, I guess, basically when an ETF is released versus how it performs? So for example, I went back and looked at Bitcoin. So the first US Bitcoin
Yes,
ETF
dude.
was
Yep.
October
I
19th,
can help
2020.
you.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. The Bitcoin spot ETF inflow was really strong. Like I'm talking breaking records for inflows, and you know, it was a record-breaking launch of an ETF. Now the Ethereum ETF launch, that was a bit of a flop. When they did the spot Ethereum ETF, when that went live, it just didn't really, it didn't have the impact that Bitcoin had. I don't know why, but yeah,
but that had some
it
FUD
was.
behind it though. There was strong inflows on the ETH one, but then they had wasn't Grayscale like just dumping an
Yeah,
insane
I don't know.
amount like
Something
daily?
happened, man.
That's what was suppressed.
It just
Yeah.
it didn't see the same like incredible rally like once it went live and became available to everybody. It just, let me find a chart for it actually. I think I've still got my
Like
Yeah.
screen sharing as well.
Sorry to jump in. I'm just looking at ETH. You keep saying the head and shoulders. Are you talking about from 1,543 being the first
Found
shoulder?
it.
we were talking about the head and shoulder on the 4-hour on XRP.
My bad.
Oh no, you good.
So you
this is
talking
where
about
the
the one that
ETF.
pretty much played out?
No. I
At
think
2079.
it started on like Monday, April 21st. What were you saying,
Right
Rick?
here. Oh, just right here is where the ETF went live. The spot Ethereum ETF was approved and went live. We sort of were rallying up into it to when it got approved, but then it kind of was like a sell the news event, and look at
Okay.
that. Look what happened afterwards.
Okay, so let me take a screenshot of that real quick, because what I'm actually seeing here that's like pretty interesting is that, so whenever so Bitcoin had a bunch of ETFs released on January 11th, 2024, but it was
Yes.
there were like it was a bunch of different issues. Okay, so that's actually an anomaly based off what I'm seeing in like my quick little dive here. So that
Yeah.
was like 11 different issuers. However,
Yeah.
Canada had the first one, it looks like, and I could totally be wrong about this. This is just where I'm at. It looks like Canada had the first one on February 18th, 2021, and then the US had their first one on October 19th, 2021. But so whenever I go and look at October 19th, 2021, that was basically like a top.
Near the top. Yeah, that was a futures ETF as well. So
Right. So
I'm pretty
exactly.
sure. Yeah.
So okay. So like the 11 issuers versus one issuer, the spot versus the futures, and I know the
Yeah.
significance of those variables is
Well, yeah,
different. I'm
because
just
they could short it. They could actually short the top. That was beautiful for them on that
right.
futures ETF.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
So
not sure. Dbloc would definitely know the ins and outs of like those particular releases, but there was something shady about it because when you look back on it, it's like, oh, they opened an ETF for people to go long at the top of the market. Like that's like
exactly.
crazy because people going long. But there is a short Bitcoin ETF as well.
I think
Short
so. I
futures
don't know if they could
Bitcoin
at
ETF.
that point, but yeah, it was shady as releasing that futures ETF at the top.
Yeah, it was a weird timing. But the spot ETFs have like real world impact on market cap because with spot you have to hold it 1-for-1. Like when someone buys an ETF that represents 10 Bitcoin, the custodian has to hold 10 actual Bitcoin in custody, like in
Right.
Coinbase, I believe, is BlackRock's custodian, right?
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah, so they're holding it on their behalf. They're holding the ETF that represents that amount being held on Coinbase by BlackRock. And then
So
when that person disposes of the 10 Bitcoin ETF, BlackRock pays them in cash. They pay them out in cash, like dollars.
wow.
They don't give them Bitcoin or anything because
Wow.
it's just an ETF. It's like a contract.
Wow.
They tried to do that in
So-
kind or something. It was like you could sell it in kind.
Oh,
when they
yeah.
bought it. But I don't think, they didn't approve it or something. You had to actually sell it off, but it wasn't as
So-
bullish.
My concern about this bull market has been, and it's not like that the alts can't have an alt season. I'm just saying that all of the money that we're seeing come in because thanks to the ETFs, right? How does that get into the alts, like that direct money?
That's where
'Cause
my
you're
brain
either
freaking just went, dude. I'm like kind of
right,
actually freaking out right
because
now.
it goes into Bitcoin, and then the only other option it can do is come out of Bitcoin. So it's like Bitcoin go in, cash come out. Like there's no avenue to get that ETF money, like that spot Bitcoin ETF money to rotate into Dogecoin, for example. You know, it's
Right.
either unless BlackRock is, cashing out on some of that Bitcoin and buying alts, which I doubt. I doubt they're doing that. I don't think so.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think
But
that we'd see it would look different than it does if that was the case. We might see it
yeah,
later. I would imagine we
like
would
when
see it, kind of thing.
well, yeah, when this is why it's important for any of these big altcoin ETF applications to get approved because then it opens up the chances or the possibilities for these like index baskets. So like altcoin basket ETF where it's like it's all the memes or it's all the ISOs or all the everything that's available on Coinbase in a basket in an index that you can ETF purchase. Like when they start doing things like that, that really opens up the rest of the market to that kind of money, that kind of exposure. But I don't
Again,
think I don't know, like at least for now, like in the modern time, like this year, Bitcoin's always going to see the largest inflow, like the largest like involvement from Wall Street, in my opinion. Like until that changes, until the
These
dynamic
ETFs,
changes or something.
it's the narrative to explain the bull run. It's not the reason why there's a bull run. It's just 5% of the volume. Yeah, it's really they represent 5%
it's
of crypto being
it's like the
exchanged. It's
cream on
really
the
a
top.
small. Yeah, but it's a small market compared to regular crypto exchanges. It's 5%. I mean, last I checked,
Yeah, I
it was
guess
5%. So yeah,
a
there's
good
inflows coming from ETFs, but there's like 90% more inflows coming from crypto exchanges. It's
yeah.
I
Well,
don't
a
think it's
good
that
question to
important.
ask would be what portion of Bitcoin's market cap is due to ETF inflow? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, no,
5%.
is it
exactly. Is there a way
10%?
to see
Is
that
it
anywhere?
50%?
It's
I'm gonna try and look it
5%.
up.
They have
5%,
5%
you
of the
reckon?
volume, so their price impact on average is 5% too. You can explain 5% of this pump because this with that, yeah, or like that's I think so.
What pump are you talking about? Like, I really just don't know if you mean like short or
Well,
short time
pump
frame or
or
like
dump.
big picture.
I don't know if it's a pump or a dump, but they represent 5% of the volume traded every day. So
Okay, you're talking about daily.
So you could incur the reason for price of having done this or that. Well, their weight is 5%. If these guys buy like hell Bitcoin tomorrow and we sell like hell, you know, their impact on price is just 5% of the maximum
There's a
impact is
little
5%.
bit more though, because people know that they're not going to have their Bitcoin seized. Like people are a bit more confident to hold Bitcoin in their wallet, a little bit.
I mean, they're very
And
successful and all, but
be shifting every day. That figure, like that percentage would be changing.
Right. Like
constantly.
it's a floating variable or whatever.
Yeah, like maybe sometimes it's up to 8%, and then other times it dips
Yeah,
down to like
based
3%
off
or
volume
whatever. Like,
or like
just
based off retail
activity.
volume up or down or something or
Mm.
something. Yeah, no, but it
Mm.
all the same for sure.
that's just volume, right? Maybe ETFs have been buying much more. Like maybe
That's just
maybe
spot volume, Zeusy. That's not even perpetuals volume, so that's nothing. Most of the volume's in perpetual market, futures market anyway.
So XRP's future ETF opened on May 22nd, 2025, and it's basically gone down since then, which kind of based off what I'm seeing, I mean, it looks like that's what happens and it stays there. It almost I like I mean, I just I don't know. I'm in this weird spot right now where I'm like, oh my god, is alt season gonna be in a bear market for another year? Alt season are alts gonna be in a bear market? I mean, I'm just as I'm taking this in. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
What's going on, y'all?
What's up, man?
What did I walk into?
Dbloc.
Well,
we're just trying to figure out the ETF impact on
XRP.
Bitcoin.
Well, XRP, just for the example, had a ETF release today in Canada, and someone mentioned a head and shoulder on XRP's 4-hour, and then
It already played out because you said April 21st. The neckline played out on May 30th, and the right shoulder played out on June 5th.
Was it
We
spot or
played another
futures?
smaller one.
No. That one we had the neckline and
No, we hit the neckline on
The thing with ETFs is
May
if
30th.
the thing with ETFs is if there's a fund before they get the acceptance, right? If there is a like the Grayscale had its GBTC before the ETFs came out, if anybody is holding, what happens is that they end up selling off, right, to build their ETF. Same thing happened with Grayscale. We saw it with Bitcoin. We saw it with Ethereum. Right. So what Grayscale did was when the ETFs got accepted and they finally went live, Grayscale's fees that they had in the fund or that they had in their new ETF was higher than any of the other ETFs. So what it made people do is sell off. Right? So you had that big sell off from Grayscale as everything went into IBIT, but it sort of staggered the price. Same thing with the Ethereum ETF. Right? As soon as the funds get there, so what Grayscale did with Ethereum, instead of learning their lesson in the first one, they still kept high fees on it, but then they offered a second offering with lower fees, a mini, but you had to sell off of the main one to get into the mini, so that still caused selling pressure, right? It's just these funds are readjusting their holdings depending on what's legal, right? What regulatory clarity comes in. So if there's an ETF, if you get an ETF announcement, your window to make money on that ETF is in the speculation phase. From the time that they announce the application to the time that it gets accepted. If there's already an existing fund where they're holding these coins before the ETF gets accepted, then you know what usually happens after that. You get that sell-off. So it's going to depend, right?
Oh, it's like 3 or 4 months, right? Before?
It just depends on how much. Right? It depends on how
Yeah,
big
and
the fund
remember,
is.
the Canadian economy is 10 times smaller than the US economy. So it's like if that stays relative throughout, like the size of the Canadian stock market, you know, what's that, 4 trillion? The US stock market's like 30 trillion, maybe more.
Yeah, I don't expect it to
I don't
get
know.
crazy
Yeah.
because of it or anything. I'm
Nah.
guessing that they
I mean, it
had
all
an
helps, but
XRP futures ETF before the spot one.
Yeah, there was a futures one
Yeah.
on May 22nd.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
no disrespect to Canada, it's just it is what it is. Like Australia's even smaller than that.
Yeah, there's levels
But
to this shit.
yeah, the big money, the US is the mothership of markets. Well, I suppose that liquidity sandwich that we were in, Dbloc, they took out the bun and they took out the bun on the bottom as well.
Remember we
Where we
talked
were
about it.
sandwiched between them.
We
Yep,
said they'll
yep.
rip the top and then they'll rip the bottom within the next 24 hours.
Yeah. Damn. Yeah, they did it pretty blatantly.
Yep. The setup was there though. We went through it. Like there was so many different areas of confluence. From the timing to Thursday being a bank holiday, the liquidations that there were, to us going into Friday to set up the traps. Like it was just all lined up.
Yeah.
Saw a lot of people in chat saying that they got out of the way of that one, or even better, that they played it in both directions. So that's good.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, look at that.
Literally shorted the top of that sucker.
Very nice.
I got
Yeah.
out. I
Yeah,
got
dude.
out a bit early, and then back in a bit early, but whatever.
I was stubborn, but I also am not out. So
As long as you're not currently stuck here or here, you played it correctly.
Yeah, I woke up thinking, oh, something's happened, or, you know, and then I'm like, oh, hang on a minute. We went up with no real news event. It was just a technical, you know, it was a liquidity grab, most likely, right?
Yeah.
There was
I'm
a
like, oh,
news
okay,
event.
that
There was a news event.
Guys,
There was a news
it was a
event.
liquidity sweep. There's always a news event.
Yeah, I mean, but there's a news event that pushed the liquidity sweep up.
If you
for
say
everyone to,
so.
like, FOMO in.
I called that before any
What
news
was
event,
it?
bro. That thing was going to go today. It had 24 hours to make this move. Didn't matter what the hell happened in the world, guys. We were pinning up. We got super tight. We were literally at like a $300 range. with massive liquidity sitting above and below. This isn't rocket science. This part was an easy call.
Was
Also, it's
was
just
there
your
something
typical
that you could?
symmetrical triangle stuff, right?
There's always going to be news, bro. There's always going to be news that people will react to. But if the road isn't paved for that news to have effect, it will not. The road has to be
I
there.
think
The
it
gas
was.
has to be there.
I think it was atypical because it was an inverse Bart Simpson. Like the typical would have been to drop first out of that. I would argue because it's a bearish continuation triangle, but we did the opposite. We popped up instead of down.
Trapping the longs. It was nice.
Yeah, but then we ripped
Maybe early
down. Yeah.
And then yeah.
But yeah, nonetheless, we did get a violent like departure from that squeeze.
Yeah.
Which is what you you look for.
Well, that's
Breakout
it.
from the
It squeezed.
from the
It
squeeze.
had to spring out
Yeah,
of there.
had to go somewhere. Yeah.
We pulled up the heat
Why
map
not?
last night before going to bed, and we saw it bright, super bright to both sides.
Yeah. Yeah, we were like, oh yeah, this is, you were saying this is what it looks like, and then let me turn off the dead bodies, and then it was, it went all like, dark. It just didn't, there's no lights. Yeah.
I still can't stop thinking when we were back at like 28K and it was like a 1.5% move. So there was like $300 up or down. It was like maybe $200 up and down. Not much.
Oh
Like,
yeah, the swings. Yeah.
yeah, like
The severity of it.
Bitcoin, we're trading like 2% ranges and stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's like it's all relative to to what price you're at.
It just seems like a big number, but it's a very small move.
Yeah. Yeah, from a logarithmic sense, it's all fairly on par, like the performance wise. Like it's, yeah, we've seen these kind of levels of swings.
Reminds me of the Trump speech. It was the same sort of call that we had on the Trump speech, where it was a lick to the top, a lick to the bottom. All you need is liquidations, and you need something to light the match, right? Whether it's Trump coming on and saying something that gets, people moving, because once the movement starts and you start clicking through those liquidations, the rest of it is automatic. There was liquidations from here all the way up, and then they ran out, right? So what we need is a catalyst. What breaks us out of the range? Our catalyst yesterday was that we had a bank holiday on Thursday, right? So we had liquidity coming back into the market. Once liquidity is coming into the market, you don't need to know if it's going up or down. What you need to know is if there's enough liquidity to hit those liquidations. Once you hit those liquidations, it's like a domino effect. That thing is going to play out until the dominoes run out. And then if retail isn't there to buy in, which they're not, because retail never came in, because this wasn't a push that was meant, this was a push that was a sweep. So of course there was no FOMO or anything left up top. And then all you have is empty gaps to give you the movement down, and then all your liquidations underneath that hadn't been taken yet. It plays
The next step
itself
is to
out.
go back to the mean, right?
Yeah, I mean, we got our CME close at 103, so it is the weekend. They will attempt to keep it sideways here. Whether they fail or not, I don't know, but they've held so far on this invalidation. It's almost like the point was to not invalidate that or something, because that's kind of crazy. But who knows? There's liquidations underneath. Anything can happen here. More important, the most important thing today was to not get caught up. That's it. We'll play it by ear now, even if the rest of the trap doesn't play out or whatever. So I said we need a couple of hours into the day to really set up our ranges.
Now that we've busted down through what was like a climbing trend line on Bitcoin on like the 4-hour chart. So now it's like, okay, we have to rethink because this has kind of been invalidated now. Now that we've broken down through it. But there was only ever 2 touches there, so we were hoping that that was that triple bottom that we got, or that inverse head and shoulders, whatever you want to call it, the triangle, was
Down
our
first
third.
is down first is better though, right? Like today,
I'll be right back.
instead of pumping and then dumping, if you had done the opposite, people would be bullish like hell right now. You'd see alts rise and all right. So on this bigger time frame, same stuff. That symmetrical triangle first trying to break to the downside is potentially better for like July or next month, yeah. Or maybe just the end of this month. Yeah. It's more risky, of course, but
Man, the way
you're gonna need
that Bitcoin broke through what could have been a really nice trend line setup with support at the third, the third attempt, the third touch. If you zoom in on it on like the 15-minute chart, you can see that it broke the line, and then not only that, it came up and it got rejected by the line on the bottom side now. So it's like acting as like a resistance, and it's like not allowing the price to come back up. So I'll definitely be paying attention if
but
price manages to get back up on top. You know what I mean? Like if it gains access back into the huge triangle.
I don't have any doubt it will. The question is when and how low
I hope
before we
so.
do that.
Yeah.
The worst case is 4
Yeah.
years, right?
Oh,
If you're
yeah.
really terribly wrong, it's 4 years.
Oh,
The worst case.
right.
But
If we've seen the
nah,
top, yeah, that would be brutal. Yeah.
I mean, I honestly, for me, it's closing candles back below 100K. Then okay, I'll say okay, this isn't just a fake out. But
Yeah.
on a weekend, on a Friday, just before a weekend, oh come on. Kind
Yeah,
of
it
know
was very
how Monday.
dramatic.
If this weekend people continue selling, Monday might actually give you a bit of a nice green upward move, right? Coming back to the mean, back inside your triangle, back at 1045. Actually, the mean is, if you take the
Yeah.
whole thing and you just don't look at zoomed in like this, the mean is higher. It's at 106. Huh? 1065, yeah. Which we currently turned into resistance, right? Today we wicked to it, confirmed resistance, continuation down.
I'll take 103,500 right now. But let's go.
I think 1065 is also still a nice target for just back to the mean of the structure. And actually, all you need is to hold your 103 327. But the low from 31st May, like that low point for 31st May, where the daily candle closed. It's what third well, Sweet Queen, it's what she was saying too. Gotta close the daily above 103. Then Saturday, Sunday, you can just ignore the candles. It's about Monday already. Anyway, time to go. Trade safe, people.
See you, dude.
Have a good one, buddy.
Exit music insert here.
Yeah, they just gotta go and. I mean, at very least to 105 or 10. Yeah, 105. It's a struggle, but there though.
Well, it is the Southern Hemisphere's winter solstice today, the longest night
Longest
of the year.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Very
is. It
cool
actually
night.
is. It is.
It's pretty
It's
moon.
been a long day.
Without you, my friend. And I'll take
Earlier, when y'all were talking about RSIs, I was thinking, looking at the RIs, looking at the RSI, baby, bye, 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 or whatever. Dude, I was thinking, bro, what if you made, like, dude, there needs to be a Weird Al Yankovic for crypto. I mean, I could help, but like, I'm not really looking for the notoriety, just sobriety.
I feel
Anyway,
like you're offering
Sobriety.
No, Brady. Eat my sobriety.
If I could
Maybe Clive
turn
is
back
Clive.
time.
I would have never sold.
Mods.
Just kidding.
Fly, what's up?
Feels like Cher needs to do push-ups. She's like
Stop.
reminiscing about the past and what should have could have been.
What's up?
Cher
I'm
or
up.
Cher?
Share.
Share.
Share the
Share.
artist.
Sure. Sure.
The one with the bad dress sense.
there.
Right? Yeah, right.
Put some pants on, lady.
Yeah, stop wearing such flary outfits, man.
A record
She must be
16
into
billion.
shorts.
A record 16 billion passwords, including Apple, Facebook, Google, have been leaked in the largest data breach ever confirmed.
Yeah.
Damn.
Now.
Okay.
Yeah, but like
They went
one
for
password
Apple
is
and
probably equivalent to like 50 passwords. I mean, if I know me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What you gonna do with all that password stuff, hackers? Yeah, what you gonna go log into
Oh,
16
bro.
million accounts?
Actually, I got
that
one
sounds
for that one
that sounds
too. Sorry.
that sounds I was gonna say that sounds more like their motive is probably a statement because they went after like the 3 biggest companies. Like that's a spit in the face.
They do that every day. They deal with this shit. Like every day. You've got, I mean,
Yeah, but to get Apple, Google, and who else is
Well,
5 databases all in the same hack, dude, that's
yeah.
Sounds like what Israel did to Iran. Whoops. Hey, but you said what you gonna do with all that, and I'm always thinking what you gonna do with all that dump up on that chart. You know what I'm saying? Stop dumping on me, dog. Anyway, go ahead.
dumping your trunk. If I have to change my Apple password one more time,
you sound like a guy that appreciates a good pair of jorts.
Hey man,
I like shorts.
Hey, if the jorts fit, wear them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, mate, out in the bush.
Yeah, mate.
My
Yeah,
skin's
mate.
tougher than my skin's tougher than Wrangler's is.
I got to start working on my United States accent.
You know what the
before I
best
come
part?
Hey,
over
you keep
there.
it up. You're doing pretty good.
God dang it.
Y'all seen that
United
the Chinese
States.
dude? The Chinese dude that does the commercials that like speaks.
Oh yeah, he's
Yeah,
great. Yeah, he
dude.
sells like neon signs. Yeah,
Wow.
Yeah, he sells neon
it's very
signs and
good.
it's just toxic and it's amazing.
And he sounds southern. Yeah.
But he's Australian.
No, I don't think so.
He
Oh,
might be.
wait.
I think
A guy
he might
sells
be in
neon
Texas.
signs. Oh, so it's actually it's one of us. Okay, I got you. And I said us.
Yeah, but
all of us. Remember?
he's he's an Asian guy that has like a Texan accent, and he sells like neon signs.
Oh, bro, yeah,
And it's
dude,
like,
that guy's funny.
But like,
yeah.
honestly, who cares about his sign company? His commercials are like that's what it is.
Yeah,
I don't know if he sells signs with the commercials, but he's definitely famous on TikTok. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's viral. Yeah.
Not in about 30 years.
Oh yeah,
What's up?
I have seen it. Yeah.
I don't actually.
The beats.
Hey Rick, did you ever hear Kevin Rudd speaking Chinese?
I know that he knew like Mandarin, but I didn't.
Yeah,
I don't know if
Cantonese.
I've
Oh
ever
yeah,
heard him
Mandarin.
speak it.
Sorry, I
Yeah,
should
well,
say
is
not
it? Yeah,
Chinese, but yeah, it would have been
yeah. Well, it's still
Mandarin.
You can say Chinese. Yeah. Yeah, man. I knew he spoke it, but I don't know if I heard him actually do it on air.
It's pretty funny.
There probably is videos of it. Yeah. He brought us NBN, man. At the NBN. Kevin 07, Kevin Rudd.
Kevin
Prime
07.
Minister.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did I do now? What have I done, Steve?
Hey, he is one of us. Hey, even I try to sound more American. All right, this ain't my real voice. I'm thinking, what does
I'm
an
working on
American
my
sound like?
overweightness, all right? Easy, Steve. Easy.
Basically, everybody in America is just what's that movie? Dude, I just lost it. Man. The by the makers of South America. Team America. Basically, everybody's just Team America.
Oh yeah.
Black Hawk Down.
America.
Whoa.
Dedicated.
Yeah, man.
America's in debt. Yeah. 37
Yet start quoting
trillion.
Team
We just
America.
passed it.
In a Fortnite freaking house.
Knows.
They need to come up with a
Fox
damn
knows.
bull news. They need to come up with a damn bull news network. All right, and it's nothing but crypto. We're going up every day. We're going up
right now.
Do what? It's on right now.
Right now.
Right now. We're going up now.
Oh,
In
hell
3
yeah.
seconds now.
Right now.
Right now.
It's my money and I need it now. Callable news.
Don't make me start doing a Cartman. No, I'm not gonna do it. No. Screw you guys.
You won't do it.
I ain't gonna do it. Oh no, I can actually do well, true Cartman, but I need a lot more energy. Mm. I'm quite
Yeah, I
happy
need
to
more of that
embarrass myself. I don't
energy.
care about that.
I got a bad knee. Saw that. Kind of works like energy because when you walk on it, you're gonna wake up.
And energy fly, is that what the kids are calling it these days?
Energy. What's
You
up,
mean a
Kwai?
drink of whiskey?
What's up?
Dude, I had a dream about you, Kwai. Like I dreamt that I came to America finally, and you took me out like clubbing or something. Like we went down to all these little different, but the clubs weren't like in a like a built up area. That was just in a neighborhood, like these converted houses into like nightclubs. It was really cool.
What?
Rick, if the
is
Australian dollar
It's
ever
not
goes
like
up,
a
we'll
crazy
do it,
ass
man.
city, dude.
We just need the Australian dollar to go up, Rick. We'll do it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that is a thing here, by the way.
What was he wearing?
What was Kwai wearing? Good question. I can't remember.
He was dressed up as Cher. Cher.
Oh, dude, yeah. There's some things I can't broadcast over the internet. But yeah. One of these clubs was like a massive swimming pool that had like perspex walls, like plexiglass, so you could see into the pool, and it was just full of like women, like fighting, like they were like a mud wrestle kind of thing. I was like, dude, that club looks awesome. And then Kwai was like, we can't go in there. We're not women. Like, it's like,
So
damn.
like underwater spot flagging.
we,
Yeah.
we can't go into that club, man.
We can
It
pour
was
gelatin
crazy.
into it, though. We can definitely pour gelatin in it.
We can look in
They
from
were
the
wrestling.
outside, but we cannot go in.
This club doesn't exist. It needs to.
Yeah, just this like swimming pool club, and they were all, yep, they were just all in this big pool, and the street down below was like full of people looking up, and they weren't allowed to go in. Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
Yeah. You got a lot of crazy random
Rick, do you need me to come up to Brisbane and take you out, mate?
Yeah, dude, let's go. Let's do it. It's
There'll be me and Rick down at the
weird.
valley.
It's weird because I usually don't remember my dreams. I usually wake up and go, "Oh, I didn't dream anything," you know?
Yeah,
Does
that
anyone
wasn't a
else have
dream,
that where they
Rick.
don't
I
really
would-
dream?
Generally,
It wasn't a dream, Rick. You came to America. You were here
Yeah.
the other night. You don't remember?
Yeah.
You know,
Wow,
everybody dreams.
You really must have been messed up.
I did some testing.
Yeah.
I used to read up on dreaming back in the day, and everybody dreams. A lot of people think they don't, but there's a trick you could do, and it works. If you tell yourself
Yeah.
right before you hit the pillow, right, I'm gonna write my dream as soon as I wake up, and you have about 5 seconds to write it down. You could write it down on a piece of paper or your phone. Do that for like a week, and you're gonna find you dream every day, and it'll tell you something about your life.
I've got
Oh,
another
cool.
trick. You
Yeah,
you inhale a lot of nicotine vape just before you sleep, and you have night terrors. You won't forget them for years.
Oh, jeez.
Oh yeah.
Pass. Pass on that. I heard. Mm, I've heard of that. I've heard it's like called a dream journal or something like that, right?
You've never had a lucid dream, Rick?
Oh yeah, yeah, dude. Yep.
Oh, cool.
I've had flying dreams as well, like where I can
Yeah.
literally, go up in altitude. I'm not on anything. I'm not on a plane or whatever.
Yeah, I've done
I
that.
can
It's
just
cool.
fly like
Free.
Superman. Yeah.
You get a wet
Those
dream.
dreams are crazy.
No.
Easy, Tiger. That was the one in the swimming pool,
Mm.
bro.
Yeah, easy.
He's already told us about ladies in the swimming pool. Come on, that's pretty wet.
And the dream started. It was just like this, campfire in someone's backyard. Like someone had a fire pit, and all these people were sitting around it on chairs, and yeah, it was really cool. And then we sort of were like, yeah, let's go out, explore the neighborhood, and just every other house was a nightclub. It was just really weird,
Sounds
but
bitchin'.
cool. It was really cool, yeah. If anyone is familiar with 28 Days Later and 28 Weeks Later, the movies, the 28 Years Later movie was really cool and was good. Like for something that came out in 2025, like this year, you know how movies kind of suck these days? This one was good. This one was actually very good. Well done. Yeah,
Minecraft
movies
movies
kind of
was
suck.
awesome, man. Oh man.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're a kid. Just
I,
kidding.
oh.
Yeah,
No, if
it's
you
well
have to
done. It
take
was
your
like really
kid to a
high.
movie, if you have to take your kid to a
Yeah.
movie, it's not too bad.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you kind of live vicariously through them. Meaning, like, you get into that frame of mind, like,
Oh yeah, they actually enjoy small things
Yeah.
that are worth under $1 million.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like stationery and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, 28 Days Later. Killian Murphy? Is that how you pronounce it?
Okay.
Like Cillian, but Killian. The guy from
Peaky
Peaky
Blinders.
Blinders. Yeah.
The best show on earth ever.
Yeah, when was 28 Days Later?
I think it was
2002?
28 days later,
Wow.
right?
Yeah,
28 Days Later
2002
from
that
when?
movie was.
Yeah.
You gotta give me the actual date before I can tell you what came 28 days later.
Okay. What, the date that it came out? The 4th of
Oh.
September 2003 in Australia, but I'm not sure about the US.
Yeah, for us it
1st
could
of
have been.
November.
You guys might have got it then, but for us it could have been 28 days later.
Well, 1st of November 2002, UK. It's a UK film, like it's not. It wasn't like a US movie. Like it wasn't a Hollywood. Yeah, it was UK. The UK Film Council production company.
Also, it had character development.
I guess.
Oops, I'm on an American channel. Whoops. That's the British side of me coming out, man. I'm partly American, partly British. I can't help it.
I mean, a lot of us can probably trace back to Britain, Great Britain. Not you?
I've got British citizenship, man. I am dual citizen.
Oh,
I'm
you are a
British.
Brit. Well, there
Yeah,
you
well,
go.
I was not born there, but my parents were.
Yeah. Australia being Australia, right? We are very young as a country. We've only been around for like a couple of 100 years, I'm pretty sure.
Well, yeah, Federation was 1788.
Yeah, we are isolated and we're very young as a nation, Australia
We are
as a
young and
nation.
free.
Yeah, can't say that anymore.
We are young and have a lot of surveillance.
Mm-hmm.
And highly regulated. We are
Well, now
young and surveilled and highly
we are
regulated.
We are 1 and free now.
Ain't nothing free here anymore.
I can see why they changed the lyrics, but it's like, well, Australia as a nation is young. Like that's what it's referring to. It's referring to the fact that federation only happened, a couple 100 years ago. So
What, they changed the national anthem? What, I missed the memo.
yeah. Instead
The
of we
memo.
are young and free, it's we are 1 and free now. They changed it.
Okay.
Because the
They got old.
like the traditional Australians, the traditional landowners, they
Okay, that is
felt like
pretty
it didn't represent them being
considering
here for
they're one of the oldest
thousands of
civilizations
years.
on, like
Yeah,
80,000.
But you don't call it Australia before the colonization. Like it was Arnhem Land.
Terranullius.
Like yeah.
Land
But
of
if you go
nothing,
back far
apparently.
enough, man, if you believe in the plates, like the tectonic plates, like what are they, the continental drift situation.
We were connected to Indonesia.
We're all one land mass at one point.
Pangea.
Pangea, yeah. Yep. Exactly. And then there was a time on Earth where it was just molten. The whole thing was like a molten ball of rock, kind of like how Mercury is like crazy like that. Sometimes you feel like it's Mercury. Oh, right. Yeah. Yep.
Stevie.
You're starting to turn around a little bit.
Well, what do you think for the weekend? Sideways?
Probably.
Like nothing really. Yeah, nothing too dramatic.
But I mean, I would think that the node would be up if we get anything. But if there's like no volume over the weekend, then it's probably not going to much anyway. Or people will keep shorting it, and then it will cause a short squeeze and push up.
I would like to de-escalate this leverage position I'm in a little bit. I'd like to just go over 104 somewhere around there, so I can spend my day not staring at Bitcoin. Oh, I'm on cross. I could just sell off some, yeah. But I refuse to sell red. Never.
So we went from
We're going
on
up,
June
boy.
25th, June 12th, sorry. We were down at like 1025.
Yeah, that was my that was my around my birthday. Typical.
And then the highs was 1084. That was on June 16th. And then we came down and found those lows again. on June 20th. So 12th, 16th, 20th. So every 4 days it goes from a low to a high.
Yeah.
Okay, well I'm saying if we stay in this range, then yeah, we should go up for the next couple of days. I don't know if it'll get back to the top of the range, but we'll see. I don't think it's really going higher right now. Could keep trending down, but I think we either go up or we stay in this range because we've kind of realistically been in this range since June 9th. If you count that as the top, then it's 110. But if you count the 16th as the top, then it's 108. So I think if we were to turn around from here and just go up for a couple of days, then it might try for ultimately that high of the range. But it might range just between 105.8, like where we are, 105.8 for the weekend, and then decide if it's gonna make a move up or go down again. Might have a weird, ugly little Adam and Eve. I'm like the 105 man. See if it comes up to that previous high of 103.8.
Yeah, man. Well, good old weekend. Flat.
Yeah, well, that's what I was just about to say. Yeah, well, it's like the weekend, let's just not doing anything.
There might be an altcoin that's like getting some love, getting some action.
I mean, Dogecoin's not
Let's
doing
see.
too bad. Last time I looked at it. But I kind of gave back on a little bump again.
The daily's been open for 49 minutes, and the most upside movement on a chart is 5%, which is PRAI. Pry. And then cats, 1,000 cats is up 4.6%. Cats. Yeah, man, it's kind of quiet. Typical weekend. Comatose. Think something that could spark activity on the weekend is like an event happening in the news, you know. God forbid, but yeah. Something big happens.
like a big thing that would happen.
Like a big thing will happen, yeah.
Yeah. Something will happen. Well, liquidity's building back up down there. Ugh.
On 8 a.m. at Knott's Park. 8 a.m. Knott's Park. Yeah.
Yo, did you guys hear about Iran being hacked? Like their largest what do you call it, cryptocurrency exchange? It's called NoBitX. NoBitX. Yeah, apparently they got hacked by a group. I can't even pronounce it. Ganjeshki Darande. Basically, they're linking them to Israel. And apparently, oh wow, 90 million in Bitcoin, Ether, Dogecoin, and other cryptocurrencies. Effectively burning them rather than financial gain. Happened on the 18th. No, no. They're linking them to Israel. I just couldn't pronounce the hacker group's name. It's like some Jewish name, I guess. But yeah, apparently 90 million. This happened on the 18th though, but I didn't hear about this till now. They they literally burned off 90 mil worth of cryptocurrency.
Right. It happened at the same time that they hacked, I think, one of the largest banks in Iran.
Yeah,
And
it
just
was when
deleted accounts.
and like when they cut off their Wi-Fi.
People who, well, the people who use the internet, like the Iranians, like,
Believe anything. See the
like family, and they would be more.
I didn't really get that deep.
It doesn't really matter. I mean, to me, it was really bullish. I felt
got you.
I felt
I got
better
you.
because we technically we can see Iran as being, like funding terrorist groups, like the small group of people in charge of the government. Yeah, that was super bullish. I would recommend another YouTube channel. It's a big popular one. I don't know if that's like against rules or whatever. It's called bigger channel than Dbloc is, and
Otherwise, I wouldn't have said anything.
Just only because you were asking. Usually just out of respect, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
It
totally.
was 100%. That's like the worst for me is whenever I try to do things like that, like out of respect, but it comes off the wrong way. I think it's just my personality. Life goes on,
Yeah, man.
crypto don't sleep. Let's go.
Well,
the
you
way to
guys didn't
be.
give me an absolute certainty. Like, well, no, don't say it. You said, yeah, I don't think, or you didn't say against the rules. So I just pushed through because I said I'd rather break the rule, or I'd rather break the rule without knowing it. So I'm incriminating myself even more by telling you my thoughts now. Why, am I talking to a mod here or something?
Nah, dude. I'm
There's a
starting to wonder
bunch.
if my thoughts are like playing out loud.
They're like
Yeah,
secret
well,
agents. They just linger there
if
in the
no one
background.
tattletales.
They're always listening.
There's a pretty good amount of active live watchers on this channel, even when Dbloc's not here.
Bro, this channel is the best channel I've ever found in Discord. Period. I've used Discord for many things, from gaming to projects to running state projects. Like, yeah, this is the best group.
How
It's
long you
quiet
been
when it
on
needs
it?
to be quiet.
I'm just
The
curious.
the information. Like, I don't need to go to a YouTube channel to watch news when I can, everybody here just communicates. Like, whatever pops up, like, we share. Like, I just randomly jumped on and rambled about Israel getting into that 90 mil heist from Iran. I didn't hear anything about it, so I just threw it in there, talking to myself, just to share information. And
Well,
obviously, D-Block's charts, that speaks for itself. I didn't even say anything on that.
right.
Like, within the past 2 days, bro, the amount of time I almost, I don't want to say like slipped, but started to freak out, being this is my first semi, half cycle, whatever you want to call it. And like, I would just pull up his chart and I'm like, all right, so we got liquidity here. We're expecting it to go up here. If there is a weekend trap, you'd expect even the freaking dominance, bro. He put an orb on, on the dominance chart, and within hours, like you can look, you can go back to the videos, probably 2 videos before this, or the last one. Honestly, it was last night, and the
I love that
dominance
energy.
landed right in the center of the orb. Oh, like it was like you were looking through a scope. It was like target, like on point, and that freaked me out. I don't know too much about him, but he's got some knowledge, so I'm
How
trying to
long? How
learn.
long you been on the channel?
I don't know. If you click on my profile, it probably says it. I'm at work right now, so probably like a couple weeks. Not even. I'm the new guy.
Okay. So whenever we were like in that like 70, like uh, I don't know, maybe it was a couple weeks before or after, somewhere around then, when we were at that like 74 area, bro. There, dude, Dbloc freaking. I mean, it was insane. How many? It was like a week straight of, or probably even longer than that, of just nothing but literally hit everything like to the freaking penny. It was nuts. But it just shows you that, like, you know, the he keeps it simple, and then it plays out. So it's just that kind of thing.
I mean, nobody knows what's gonna happen, but he shows the likeliest possibilities on either side. He tells you where he thinks it's going too. I mean, yeah, it seems like he's been on a streak. I've been here for watching for like a month, I think.
I'm kind of excited to like watch these videos, like hopefully like 30 years from now. Like I think that that's actually going to be one of the coolest things.
Right, so you can go back and incriminate me?
No, dude, I don't
Not
even. I ain't no snitch. First of all, and second of all, I don't even know what you talking about. What you talking about? No,
I guess I blurted out the
I remember. So 30 years from now, though, it'll be hopefully the videos are still up and everything. Like I just think that's going to be so interesting. It's going to be such a weird dynamic. Like nobody's ever really had the opportunity to do something like that. Whenever it like comes back around, it'll be just super cool. Like here I was, like back before people even knew what crypto was. Even in 2025, people don't. It's anyway.
I mean, if you take a 30-year outlook at this asset, like people put mortgages on things on for 30 years.
Bingo, bango.
Yeah, so for sure, I think everybody knows it's going to 100K, and that's why it's there right now. But not everybody knows it's going to 1 million plus yet.
That's why what is where right now? Price? Just in general?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
I
just
got you.
price.
Yeah.
But
If you were listening, Dbloc, we lost YouTube.
I think it's still up. I was just on there, and I heard you say that on there. It's still live, at least.
Oh, you're on here the second? Okay, because I was kicked out and then I refreshed and did not see it. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yeah, it's still live.
It's been happening to me. I've been getting kicked and then I go to join the new one and it's the old one still.
That happened to me. Yeah, that happened to me this
It
morning,
happens
actually.
more when it's bit rates kind of going a little crazy. But yeah, it's all good now. Oh, I do not like that. I'm in longs and the liquidity below us is starting to make me nervous.
I'm in the same exact boat as you. I'm in longs, and I added more at the bottom, but not as much as I would have liked to, knowing, how it played out now. But at the same time, like you said, I'm kind of happy I didn't yet because we still have a whole weekend ahead of us, and D-Block says it can go down like it could veer off from that a good chunk, right? Without it kind of invalidating or just making like a deeper trap.
Maybe.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
in
know.
that boat too, just for the record.
Okay, good. I'm not alone. I mean, maybe. I don't know if that's good, but I mean, it could go down, sweep that. It's not that far down. And
I'm
then just pick back
surprised
up
they
because we
didn't.
have the support at the bottom too, or, man.
I was surprised they didn't just sweep it up in one shot because they were so close to it, like earlier on today. They were so close to just wiping it out, and then yeah, it just started trickling back up.
Right. Yeah, I've been thinking about that.
Are you in
But
many alts AI on?
Yes, I am. I'm going through I'm just gonna rebel and completely over leverage phase. I'm hoping I'm done with it soon. I'm in 10 9
you
odds in Bitcoin.
Are they
you're
the big market caps?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I gotcha. And is that really where you're nervous on this boat?
I don't know where my head's at, but I am not using risk management at all this month. So I don't have that much wiggle room. I just don't want to have to move money again.
Are you revenge trading? Is that why?
And I need to pull my head together. I'm so focused, on restructuring my business that I'm really using only 2 brain cells on trading. I'm still getting experience, I'm still learning, but yeah, I gotta get my head out of my butt. So that's why I'm nervous, is just because I don't have very much wiggle room.
I don't know what alts you're
It's not
looking at, but it looks like we're starting to form, hopefully, some W's on them. Hopefully.
Yeah.
On the low time frames, obviously.
Still kind of bullish, and I don't know if people are protecting those longs or if market makers just maybe they're planning on freeing the trapped short. I'm worried about it, and their longs seeing that's to work. I suck.
Are there any like traders that don't anybody trading here crypto that doesn't like Bitcoin or that doesn't hold any for the long term? Or thinks it's overpriced?
Sorry, what was your question?
I was wondering if there's anybody in this group that maybe thinks we're at a top or like, yeah, doesn't not going to hold any Bitcoin, like someone that would not hold Bitcoin for the long term or for even the medium or medium term.
For the
But it
most
seems like
part,
everybody, sorry, go
yeah,
ahead.
I think everyone's holding. A lot of people
Yeah.
here are holding, which is why we're mostly here. Um, and yet, I mean, Dbloc had this chart up showing like I guess more of like a time frame of the cycles. So based off of that, we haven't reached the end yet. We still have some time, and within that time, we would need to hit like the all-time high.
And so that's on Dbloc's, he'll reference like a 4-year cycle when he says that.
Yes, I'm not sure what the hill reference is, but it's the whole 4 years, I believe.
That's okay. So that would make me question if he just follows like people. I guess this is the same thing. If I just bring up other people in the space, that's is that his research or does he go off more? Because like Plan B was the guy who follows that 4-year cycle.
Well, this was his own chart that he created with his own information.
Oh, he has the way zoomed out his own floor chart. Okay.
Yeah, bro, this guy has he has everything. Anytime he
He
pulls
got
up,
all the charts, cuz. He got all the charts,
yeah,
cuz, for
whatever you
real.
ask, he pulls up, and you see all his magical wizardry stuff done on it. So
He got
Yeah.
charts that don't even exist. That's what kind of charts he got, cuz.
Well, it's gonna be interesting. My take on this not all being over in like what September, October area would be because Michael Saylor has now created a pretty large posse of people who have written guarantees that they're going to continue buying for the next 3 years. Which why are they doing that? Is that because of Trump administration? I don't know. Similar Scientific specifically, billions of dollars at the summation of the 4 year, but I think increments of hundreds of millions. And Sailor's buying $1 billion. He just bought $1 billion 2 weeks ago, I think, just with the prefers. So I just like feels like, and Michael Saylor's out there saying there is no more winter. Such a badass line, but so I'm sure D-Block will never sell all of his Bitcoin, but he might take profits. And then maybe if enough people believe it, then it will become true.
yeah, of course, we all take profits. Yeah, you have to. You got to pay yourself. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Does he sell everything? I have no idea, but clearly, Sailor and his posse see growth. You know, so when you believe in something and you see growth, that's kind of an investment you make.
Right. Well, that's what people that invested and don't trade it bought it what 4 years ago saying, well, we're going to get more, there will be more sailors, and now we're here. I'm sure
Which
they're
is kind
thinking
of
the same
true.
thought.
Yeah, which is kind of true because I mean, look how many people are now using Sailor's business, algorithm or whatever you want to call it, their investment. So
Yeah, maybe
seems
they're
like
doing it
everyone's
differently.
how so?
Well, GameStop, like Ryan Conan said, he's doing it his own way. They're going to do it GameStop way. And so they've only made the one buy so far, but then they just had 1.5 billion in convertibles. So they're probably buying again now or something else. I don't know.
I mean, I've seen where a lot of GameStops have the storefronts have actually closed down. I heard in my area, I heard somebody else mention that the other day. I mean, that's like what I do for business in terms of numbers and work and stuff. Anyway, not that it's like all complicated, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to get some operating expense off their monthly P&L, basically, and then they'll probably still be able to make the same amount of. They'll probably still get the same amount of revenue because a lot of it's online, which removing those expenses will just turn into more profit that leads to the ability to have larger dollars to buy with. I mean, to like that was to your point. I don't know if I connected the dots, but um, I was kind of thinking that when I saw these GameStops around me shut down, I'm like, okay, this is weird.
Yeah, my local one closed, but there's one just as far away in the other direction that stayed open. And
Yeah,
their earnings report, they made the announcement they closed the unprofitable stores, sold all the like Canada
yeah.
French ones.
But the big picture, like I think though, like in history, I don't think that it's really been possible to close stores and maintain the revenue, except for like now we have the internet. And I think that GameStop is one of those stores where people don't have to go into the store to buy their product. So therefore, like I buy more stuff from GameStop and like I spend a lot of money at GameStop. That's what I'm saying. And the majority of it's online. Actually, I'll even order it online to pick it up in that store. And and actually the store owners even told me that it hurts their numbers whenever I do it that way, which really made me feel bad. And then, you know, a year and a half later, apparently they're saying that those stores are unprofitable and they shut down. But the reality is I was just going ahead and ordering it online, kind of thing. But I think it's just going to lead to more bottom line dollars to buy Bitcoin with.
Yeah. I think I made like 10K in one day off GameStop in 2021, but then I was like, it was scary. But they did come out with an ad where they had it almost looks like they would turn into an arcade or something. And I've always thought like if there could be a place where we could have kids go and just like hang out like a rec center almost, but you can even have like older adults or like, you know, younger adults go and put on competitions or birthday parties. I was like, that's if they changed it a little bit like that. Or if they buy the PSA card rating company and go online, I think that goes more together with
Was
continuing
that,
like
is that
steps
like
back.
just a thought you've had, or did you see that somewhere?
Oh, I saw that on their, I believe on their Twitter. They released this like retro thing with a bunch of like old kind of game stuff, and I know they're selling
I'm talking about the
older.
PSA aspect.
Oh, PSA. That's a thought idea I heard off of a YouTube channel of like
That's a
this delusional guy. But PSA is, I think they're less than $1 billion company. They got the
well,
cash.
I mean, to me, that just sounds like vertical integration at its finest. I mean, I hadn't
Yes.
heard that.
Yeah,
I think that's a freaking phenomenal idea for them.
I agree.
Then we get the trading cards up into the cryptos and the dollar bills, y'all.
But I think nothing is smarter than the way Michael Saylor is purchasing Bitcoin. Because like if you look at the IBIT BlackRock ETF, I think it is like the same size as MSTR, or they have roughly the same amount of Bitcoin, I mean. And it's either I don't know IBIT or any of that. It's either IBIT itself or all of the Bitcoin ETFs combined. It's what is it, 68 billion? Whatever that ends up being. The comparison is that they're almost have the same amount of Bitcoin. But if you think about it, the rate at which they're increasing are completely opposite. The rate at which new buyers will come in and buy the Bitcoin ETF is not going to exponentially increase, but the rate at which Michael Saylor is going to continue to buy is going to continue to be at about $1 billion or more, or exponentially increase, unless everyone just sells it. But his preferreds are having a really good rollout. They're really complicated, and I'm still trying to understand them. Have you bought any of those or looked into them?
What is
STRD
that?
or
What is that you're talking about? That's complicated.
MSTR's preferred shares, STRD and STRK, or otherwise known Strike and Stride.
Negative Ghost Rider.
I mean Strike and Strife, because Stride is not available yet, but it's really interesting. Strike has a perpetual call on MSTR and convertible. So once MSTR hits 1,000, or if it ever does, you can turn 10 shares of Strike into 1 share of MSTR. And you're going to get
that's a crypto,
paid.
or that is that related to crypto, or is that like a stock thing?
A stock ticker.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and you get paid your dividends 4 times a year. You'll get paid. Now, Strike is the one where it's 8%, but the rate will change with interest rates. So once interest rates go down, which it sounds like there's some rumors. I mean, there's one of the guys came out today on the federal in the federal group,
Right.
Ponzi scheme people. He came out and he made some rumors that we're gonna lower it next time. And now there's like 15 bips in the betting market that we're gonna lower by a quarter in July. Which is this is what they do. But once our interest rates lower, that 8% will lower with them. Like but then Strife is just $8 just forever. And it has less upside. They're just so interesting. They're like I would tell my mom to buy them instead of buying Bitcoin because she doesn't have as many years left here to like look out in advance because she's not going to be a trader.
I got you. What do where does the like profit or whatever come from to pay out the dividends you were talking about? One of them had dividends. I was just wondering where they would get the money to pay out those dividends. I mean, I know that it could be a big gazillion different places. I don't know if you know offhand or not.
Was that towards me?
Yeah, I think so, right? You said that one of them was paying out dividends 4 times a year, quarterly. Maybe I'm hearing things in my own head. My doctor asks me that every month, so speak now, forever hold your peace.
I'm all in. Let's go.
Large fries, big fries. Hey.
Large fries coming in. Large fries coming in. Where's all you stinking bears at? I should be celebrating. He's not parking. Gives you the beep too if someone's next to you? Mine doesn't give the beep, it just lights up.
Yo, Drew, you got to open mic, bro.
Somebody's got their mic on. I hear that blinker turning. Sounds like a left turn. Is that a left turn? Sounds like a left.
Yeah.
It was a left turn.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It's I have perfect pitch, so I know the difference between a right turn and a left turn. It's strange.
Sounds like you've been driving with a blinker out. You know how it clicks faster when you have a bulb out?
Yeah, I know that very well, actually.
I just got on here. Did Dbloc talk about the weekend trap perimeter?
Yeah, thinking you get that replaced.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, said thinking you need to get the blinker replaced. Sounds faulty.
Hey, I'm just hoping that Bitcoin turns up. You know what I mean? Turn down for what?
It's looking pretty good. I think we'll at least go to the CME close. Do you think we're gonna fetch those long liquidations beneath, make a double bottom?
I mean, I think, yeah. I mean, I think we go sideways. If I mean, that's kind of what you're asking in a little range here. But I mean, you know, I guess we'll see.
Yeah, nah, Dbloc speaks of the weekend trap and it's like class A, class B or whatever. I forget how he describes it, but one is when, you know, the long or the short, the trap long or short is close to the range of the weekend trap. So again, I was just trying to
Yeah. He's got
figure
the
out how to
trap
play it.
short.
If we have a wide range, I want to trade it. You know, if it's only a a small range, not so much. But
He's got trap shorts on his chart right now at like 102.2.
yeah, and earlier we got the longs. But yeah, I didn't catch. You know what price CME closed at? Oh, right here.
103,655.
Yeah, all right. So what is it? It's normally like 1% the range, or 1% from the trap to the range.
I think that he says 0.5%.
Okay.
I mean, I've heard him like before. It does fluctuate a little bit outside that, and can go above or below like 0.5% if it stays within the range. But
Yeah. Look at the deviations.
yeah, generally speaking, I think that he sticks with 0.5%. I could be wrong, but that's my understanding.
Yeah, I think it's 1% above and 1% below. But sometimes it's different, and the long and the short is close to the range. And
Personally, I draw out on my chart 0.5% above and below, and then a full percent above and below.
all right. So let me ask you this: how do you come up with? That's what you do. You just go from the trap long and the trap short, and you go 0.5%, and then that's where you draw your rectangular weekend trap box, or is it like the open and close or something? I'm familiar when he does it. I just
I
to
think
draw it
Dbloc or
myself.
either somebody else would have to speak to that. I mean, I hear what you're saying. I know what you're talking about. I don't want to speak to it and say something that is, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man. You know, I'm getting more comfortable with it. Like Dbloc speaks about, you know, giving us the tools that, you know, we can go without seeing his chart and, you know, kind of read the chart and make a move. But on my own, you know, I pretty much draw everything that he draws, as well as work on my own TA or whatever. But it's more, well, I'm trading with it, but it's you know, novice. You know, my hit rate is not so great, but trying to fine tune it.
I think we're gonna blast off when all this is said and done.
The risk factor, you have an open mic.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, I think. Y'all hear me?
Loud and clear.
Isn't it a 0.5% up or down from daily close because the theory is that they don't want to create a CME gap? I think that guy was just asking about it.
Yes, that's correct. Basically, they set the algos to keep the price within that region when they can. It does get away from them sometimes. So basically, also what they're trying to do is trap liquidity, so people can't really trade over the weekend. So that's why they trap the longs, they trap the shorts, all the liquidity's trapped, so people don't have money to trade.
What did daily close end up being today on Bitcoin?
I will have to go look. 1 second.
I should pay more attention to that. What time is daily close? I'd look at it myself.
No, I'm not sure. I think it's maybe somebody in chat could help. 8:30. Is it
CME
8:80?
CME closed at 103,655. I know you asked the daily close. I don't know if that's exactly the same thing or not.
Actually, that was my next question. I was wondering if that's what I should be going off of or not. But anyway.
See me, because oh wait, it is Friday, isn't it? I'm all messed up. I was thinking it was Saturday.
Gosh,
Got
isn't
the
it hard
daily
to
close.
remember what day it is these days?
It is. Especially since yesterday was a holiday.
Oh
Holiday
yeah,
did make
that's
it a strange
true.
week.
$5 p.m. Eastern. Okay, so 5 p.m. Eastern daily close. Are you sure? I thought that was.
For CME on.
Yeah, I thought it was better than that.
My understanding
That's
was
very.
my understanding was 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time Friday on CME. That was my understanding.
Okay.
I'm wrong all the time, so I might
Okay,
be. I just
CME close is different than the daily close, all right? I think that might be where I'm confused. Okay, daily close 8 p.m. CME 5. Thank you.
So it's 8 p.m. is what I should be looking at. Is that right?
Yeah, for the daily close.
Something like 103,276 ish, somewhere in there.